Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. The Iran-Israel conflict is now in its 11th day, with both sides trading strikes. The US involvement has raised tensions even more. Iran vows to respond not just to Israel, but to the US too. While the US mainland is distant, experts say its bases in nearby countries could be at risk. Questions also remain about the damage to Iran's nuclear program. Stay tuned for updates on Tel Aviv, Washington and Tehran. Now, Israel and Iran have traded heavy airstrikes earlier today, this coming just a day after the US hit 3 major Iranian nuclear sites. Explosions were heard across Tehran, with Israeli strikes reportedly targeting Fordow nuclear facility and key government sites, including the notorious Evin prison, known for holding political prisoners and also dissidents. For more on this, I'm joined by Eylon Levy, former Israeli government spokesperson. Eylon, thank you for your time. Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz says it is attacking the heart of Tehran with unprecedented force. What is Israel trying to achieve with strikes on Iranian government targets in the heart of the capital today?
Hi, Leigh Ann. Israel is trying to do 2 things in this phase of the October 7th war: to eliminate the existential threat of an Iranian nuclear bomb and keep the region safe from that, to eliminate the threat of the Iranian ballistic missile industry, but I think also to give the Iranian people a chance to take back their country from the oppressive regime that has impoverished and subjugated them for the last 50 years. Israel is not trying to replace the regime in Iran. The future of Iran is for its people to decide, and no one can replace the government there. But I think Israel does think that the only way there can be enduring peace in the region is if the regime that is committed to subjugating the region to advance its vision of death to Israel is overthrown and the Iranian people are given a real chance to take their country back. And just today, we heard the crown prince of Iran, the exiled Reza Pahlavi, saying this is Iran's Berlin Wall moment. This is the moment the Iranian people need to stand up to the regime that has oppressed them, take back control of their country, and build a free and democratic Iran. And I think Israel will be hoping tonight that if the Iranian people rise up to try to take their country back, the world will support them, as Reza Pahlavi is demanding, and not throw them under a bus.
The world witnessed the US pull off Operation Midnight Hammer, Eylon, which hit 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran. Today, Israel has struck Fordow once again after Trump said US strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. My question is, why has Israel decided to hit this target again? Was Donald Trump incorrect when he said that they were obliterated? Was this a wrong statement, Eylon?
That's a good question. I don't know the exact specifics behind Israel's tactics. I know Israel bombed the access routes to Fordow, perhaps to prevent the Iranians from getting there themselves in order to assess the damage, or maybe try to smuggle out any of the enriched uranium. But here's the key point. Israel knows that this cannot finish until the Iranian nuclear program is completely destroyed, not set back by a few weeks, not set back by a few months, beyond repair. Because otherwise the Iranian regime is going to try to rebuild that nuclear arsenal, build those nuclear weapons in order to terrorize the region. So the United States dropped those mop bombs and Israel is now trying to mop up the rest.
The nuclear watchdog is meeting today at an emergency meeting. The director warned Iran against undeclared nuclear transfer. Is Israel confident sites like Fordow, Natanz and Esfahan still have uranium? And if not, where is it?
Yeah, an emergency meeting for the IAEA, an emergency because the Iranian regime has been threatening the IAEA Just the other day, the director of the Iranian Atomic Energy Agency saying that after the war is over, they will deal with Rafael Grossi, which is a really scary warning against a top international official. Israel will be looking into the possibility that Iran tried to smuggle the uranium out of Fordow. Let's remember why it was in Fordow in the first place. 400 kilos of enriched uranium, near weapons grade, no peaceful use for it, buried under a mountain, under reinforced concrete in an IRGC base, because this was a nuclear weapons program. This was not for peaceful civilian purposes or isotopes. This was for nuclear weapons. And the Prime Minister in Israel has indicated Israel has intelligence about what Iran has done with it. And it will be important as Israel continues to destroy the Iranian nuclear program to make sure that that uranium is out of the hands of the regime so they cannot try to use it to build a dirty bomb.
Israel clearly, Elon, didn't have the military arsenal to eliminate Iran's nuclear facilities on its own. That was clear. The US was there to help. What Benjamin Netanyahu clearly started, but Trump promised when he was elected there would be no more forever wars. Is Israel confident the US will stand by them if Iran hits back? Iran is warning that they are ready to do this, and what is Israel prepared for?
First of all, I'm not sure that Israel couldn't have handled Fordow by itself. Certainly,
no, you couldn't have, because you didn't have the bunker buster bombs. You needed those from the US in order to penetrate Fordow. That couldn't have happened.
Well, that was the conventional wisdom, and for what it's worth, Israel was hinting that it had some technological surprises up its sleeve, but it doesn't matter because that's history now, and the US has already destroyed Fordow because the American administration understood the threat that Iranian nuclear weapons posed to the United States. But the Iranian regime is already retaliating. They have fired over 500 ballistic missiles at Israel in the space of the last week. They hit a hospital. They hit a cancer research center. They hit people's homes. They hit a clinic for disabled children. They are targeting civilian areas in Israel. And the United States is helping Israel to shoot down those missiles. But here is the critical point. President Trump is not starting a war now. He's helping to finish a war. By dealing the death blow to the Iranian nuclear program, the president is helping to bring to an end the war of aggression that the Iranian regime has already been waging for the last 2 years through its proxy armies. Proxy armies that, by the way, are not willing to fight for the Iranian regime anymore. Who could have imagined in the Middle East that Iran's nuclear facilities would be under attack, and even Hezbollah, an army built by the Revolutionary Guards to protect the Islamic regime, would come to the regime's defense. So the Iranian regime finds itself more isolated than ever before, weaker than ever before, and Israel is hoping that when it finishes demolishing the nuclear program and the ballistic missile program, we can draw a line under this war that the Iranian regime began.
So Tehran is warning the US, Israel and UK will bear full responsibility for the attacks. Has Israel just dragged the rest of the world into a forever conflict? We've seen things like this happen before. If you think of Iraq back in 2003, this is not something that is one and done, it appears to be.
Yeah, I hear those concerns, but what Israel has done now has been to save the world from the possibility of the world's most dangerous regime getting the world's most dangerous weapons. The Iranian regime already had 400 kilos of near weapons-grade uranium, and they were a whisker away from being able to weaponize it. If Israel did not act now, we could have woken up tomorrow to find it was too late to stop the Iranian regime. And those countries in the Middle East that have been so bravely trying to throw off the shackles of Iranian oppression, Lebanon, Syria, would find themselves under Iran's boot again. And the countries that were looking forward to peace and normalization would have been looking over their shoulder to make sure that the Iranian regime wasn't there. President Trump, I think, acted out of his own understanding of America's national interest. And that is that the Iranian regime, which chants not only death to Israel, but also death to America, cannot be allowed to possess weapons of mass destruction. And an Iranian regime, a totalitarian dictatorship that opposes the move of the Middle East towards more peace and normalization, cannot be allowed to possess nuclear weapons. That's an independent assessment of the United States' independent national interest, quite apart from whether it's good for Israel.
Eylon Levy, former Israeli government spokesperson, thank you for your thoughts. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Always good to speak again.
Now, with me in the studio today is Al Arabiya's military and strategy analyst and, of course, friend of the show and friend of mine, Riyad Kawaji. Riyad, wow, that was one busy weekend. I think a lot of us woke up to that news yesterday that the US had struck those sites in Iran. So now 11th day of the conflict. But is there a change right now? Because I asked Eylon Levy this. Israel has now hit government sites inside Tehran, including the Evin prison. Is this in order to have a regime change or to force Iran to come to the table for negotiations?
First, it was the long anticipated. It was, we heard all these warnings from President Trump, mixed messaging, and at the end, it finally happened. It's clear that afterwards, the message here is that the nuclear issue, the nuclear facilities have been destroyed. That's the message from the US, and therefore, Iran now has to come forward to the table and accept the terms that there will be no enrichment, zero enrichment, and to move forward from that point onward. If not, if Iran continues to engage and even retaliates, then there will be an escalation and the price would be higher. The terms would be now beyond just a nuclear issue. It will include other things, and it could place the regime in a peril.
Absolutely. You know, that's my next question. The world is now really bracing, Riyad, for Tehran's response, which we haven't seen yet. With an official warning, it could hit US forces within 48 hours. I know this is a difficult question to answer, but what can the world expect?
If Iran, it's clear, look, priority for Iran is regime survival. And at the same time, the Iranians would want to look that they have saved face somehow in this big US strike on them. For one, if they want to do something limited just to save face, we could see the Iranians possibly fire few missiles against, let's say, US airbase in Qatar. Not hit anything serious, not inflict any casualties, maybe throw a few missiles around the base over there, just to show that they have retaliated. Something similar to what they did after the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani and during President Trump's first term, when they fired at the US airbase in Iraq. No casualties, nothing was hardly damaged. And for the Iranians, this was enough, you know, that they have retaliated. We could see something similar, and it's enough. Or if they want to do something bigger and start firing at US bases in Bahrain, Qatar, and other places, then and inflict damage, this is going to invite a bigger US retaliation, which could definitely jeopardize the future of the regime in a serious way. It's a possibility, but knowing the Iranian regime and their priority for survival, I would say they would go for the first option.
For the symbolic option, possibly.
Symbolic option.
Riyad Kawaji, thank you so much. Stay there and I'll be right back with you. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has once again condemned the Israeli and US strikes on his country, calling them completely illegitimate and a violation of international law. He made the remarks during a visit to Moscow, where he met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Araghchi thanked President Putin for condemning the attacks and also for standing with Iran.
The level of escalation is growing due to the unjustified attacks by the Israeli regime and then the US. These aggressive actions by Israel and the US are completely illegitimate and violate international rules and international norms. We thank Russia for its correct and solid stances in condemning the attacks. Russia today is on the right side of the story and international law.
For more on this, I'm joined by Nizar Farsak, a lecturer of international affairs at Georgetown University. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time. For decades, the US and Iran have carefully avoided crossing a dangerous red line into a direct military confrontation. Why do you think President Trump made the decision he did over the weekend to go into Iran?
Well, just a correction. I'm in George Washington, not Georgetown. Don't get me in trouble with the school. So the U.S. And Iran have played this tug of war, basically on who has a higher or upper hand in the region. The Trump administration now decided to attack because of the pressure from the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Netanyahu and the Israeli government would have lost the war if there is no regime change. Their goal is regime change, while for the Americans, they are not desperate for regime change. So I think Trump went ahead with this attack. One, of course, is to be ahead of the curve and show that it is the U.S. that is the strong party that decides peace and war. That's the message for the Israelis, of course, and for the Iranians to show them that the U.S. is not afraid of using its power, and it does believe that it can do this assault without worrying about getting dragged into a prolonged war. So it's basically marksmanship.
Today, Israel has struck government facilities inside Tehran, like Evin Prison. Is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu trying to force Iran into submission?
He is. So by decapitating the majority of the IRGC, the leadership, he was signaling to the Iranians that I could do the same with the political echelon. And indicating that we could destroy the regime, so you better negotiate. And I think the attack on the prison is because the prison is notorious for torture, and it's the way the regime keeps control of their people. They're signaling that we can, the Israelis that is, that they are encouraging the Iranians to revolt against the regime. And it's unclear if a revolution or an uprising would happen under such situations as war. It could be like Milosevic in Serbia, where there is a concerted and organized civil society that pushed Milosevic out because of the war. I don't see that in Iran today. I think the regime is still in way too much control. And the Iranian people, unfortunately, do not have sufficient organizing power to be able to topple the regime, unless of course there is a coup from inside the military, or specifically from inside the IRGC, which is possible.
So let's just talk a little bit about regime change there, because Donald Trump actually hinted at that today on social media. I was just speaking to Elon Levy there, who was a former Israeli government spokesperson. But my concern when it comes to the regime and what a lot of people are saying is who comes next. If there is a regime change and there is a revolution, what next, though, for Iran? Who could possibly take over that massive vacuum of power?
Exactly. And this is what American experts and politicians are worried about. They would rather a devil they know for better or worse, they can come to an agreement with this regime. It is a rational actor that is, bartering, or maybe let's say pushing and pulling, depending on what it can achieve. But for the Israelis, they would prefer that there is a regime change and that there be chaos in Iran, and maybe a situation like Syria or Iraq, it might be expedient, but definitely bad for Israel in the long run. And unfortunately, this Israeli government, and specifically this prime minister, has proved time and time and again that he's not strategic, he's very tactical, and does not see beyond a few months ahead. And this is unfortunately going to come at the expense of the Israeli people.
So the world witnessed the US pull off Operation Midnight Hammer, which hit 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran. Today, Israel has struck Fordow again after Trump said US strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. Was Trump right to call a win so soon and be so brazen about it? Do we know if they've realistically obliterated these sites?
It's highly unlikely that they obliterated it. They caused damage, and if the Iranians are correct in having removed the majority of the materials, then there was only damage to structure. However, I think when Trump attacked, I think he was hoping that the attack would be cause such a scare for the regime that they would actually come with their tail between their legs and beg for negotiation. That didn't happen, and therefore Israel is pushing forward, trying to destroy as much as possible, because everybody knows that through attacks alone, you can only delay the nuclear program, you cannot destroy the program. And if the program is not destroyed, then Israel loses. And that's why the only win for Israel is if it manages to change the regime. And for Iran, or this Iranian regime, their win is simply surviving. If they survive this war and stay intact, then they would have won.
Nazar Farsak, lecturer of international affairs at Georgetown University. I hope I got that right this time. Thank you so much. So Al Arabiya's Riyad Kawaji is back with us in the studio. I thought it was really interesting what our guest before us was just saying, that basically a win for Iran right now is the fact that the regime could survive. Do you agree with that?
Depends on what you call a win. I mean, for the regime, if war was to end tomorrow, let's say there's a ceasefire tomorrow, and it's still, the leader, supreme leader is still there, the government is still there. For them, possibly this could be a win. However, what about the repercussions? What are the terms of a ceasefire? Is it just, okay, the nuclear program is destroyed, there is a deal that there is no enrichment and life would go on as normal? Or will the ceasefire agreement include bigger concessions from Iran, and how this would impact the regime? It's not going to be, I don't see an easy win for the regime. I think the regime is looking for a way out where it can come out with a narrative that can sell to its people that it survived and came out victorious. That's what the regime, such a regime, usually looks for.
Yeah.
Right now, as things look, things are not really even as well. And also, what Trump wants and what Netanyahu wants, not necessarily the same thing. So what the U.S. could see as a good way out might not be the same for Israel. So here we have another dilemma. So it is more than one party involved in this conflict. And I think for now, the regime is still looking for a good way out of this. And there doesn't seem to be a win-win situation under the current conditions.
So that brings me to Iran's allies. So we know Iran's foreign minister today has been in Moscow. He's been meeting President Vladimir Putin, who has condemned the strikes on Iran. He says that he's there for Iran. He hasn't offered concrete support. But could Putin be the mediator in here? Is he the piece that we need to bring the US and Iran together, possibly?
It's possible. Well, I don't know what role President Putin could play in this. There are more than one mediator, likely mediator over here. We could have the Omanis again. We could have the Chinese here. But in such a conflict, I think this is where you would see a role for a mediator that could be accepted by both sides. I don't think the U.S. would want to see Russia get a lot of benefit in such a mediation. Same for the Chinese. And again, Iran has people or has countries condemning, but none of them is coming with an actual support, military or anything tangible. So until now, we can say Iran's pretty much alone, into dealing with this. And also, they seem to have some command leadership issue based on reports. The supreme leader is in hiding, and every time they want to make a decision, they have to reach him, and reaching him is not possible because he apparently disconnected with everything electronic and so forth, just to stay safe. And this is delaying any action and reaction from the Iranian side, and definitely is impacting Iran's moves, even the diplomatic ones.
And at such a critical time, Riyad Kawaji, thank you so much. Stay with us and I'll be back with you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 7 people have been killed and several injured in an overnight Russian missile and drone attack in Kyiv. Rescue workers pulled bodies from the rubble of an apartment block located less than a kilometre away from the US Embassy. The strike comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited Britain to discuss defence. Now, at least 25 people have been killed and 63 others wounded in a suicide attack at a church in Damascus. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said it was the first suicide attack inside a church in Syria since the war erupted in 2011. The Ministry of the Interior has accused ISIS of the bombing. Now, NATO allies have agreed to boost its defence spending to 5% of their gross domestic product by 2035. The increase is up from a current goal of 2%. The budget target, which was demanded by President Donald Trump, will be formally signed off when members meet in The Hague tomorrow. And finally, Tesla rolled out robo-taxis in Austin, Texas this weekend. On a post on its X account, Tesla said its robo-taxi service increased safety for vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians and also cyclists. The riders are offered for a flat fee of $4.20 for customers. Now let's take a look at the top business news. Oil prices touched a 5-month high before turning negative and then recovering as fears grew over what the conflict in the Middle East could mean for supplies. Traders are waiting to see what Iran does next after the US and it's hit its key nuclear facilities. Media reports say Iran's parliament has approved a move to close the Strait of Hormuz. Brent and WTI are both up over 1% today in a volatile trading environment. Gold is edged higher on Monday as Iran and Israel tensions lifted safe haven demand. However, those gains were limited by a US stronger dollar, which is up 0.6% against its peers. Markets are closely watching for any Iranian response to US strikes on its nuclear sites. Turning to the sports news now, when Kevin Durant has ended speculation about his future by joining Houston Rockets from the Phoenix Suns. The Rockets are reportedly giving up Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green and 6 future picks, including the number 10 selection in Wednesday's opening round of this year's draft. For his career, the 6'11" forward is averaging 27.2 points and 7 rebounds per game. And finally, Kirsty Coventry has officially become the president of the International Olympic Committee following a former handover on Monday morning. The Zimbabwean, a 7-time Olympic medalist, becomes the first woman and first African to occupy the post, widely considered the most powerful role in sport. Coventry, who is 41 years old, is actually the youngest IOC president. As Iran warns the US will pay a price for strikes on its nuclear sites, President Trump has alluded to the possibility of regime change in a post on Truth Social. He wrote, "If the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, then why would there be a regime change?" His remarks came after other top US officials stressed that toppling Iran's leaders was not the United States' aim. I just want to bring you some breaking news that we're getting across the wires. There have been sounds of several explosions were heard over the capital in Qatar, that's Doha. That's according to a Reuters report, is what a witness has said on Monday. And this comes following Tehran's threats to retaliate against US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Following the United States' involvement in the conflict, concerns are growing that Iran could retaliate by targeting American bases nearby. Now, one key site is the Al Deed Air Base in Qatar, which is home to around 10,000 US troops. Today, the US Embassy in Doha urged Americans to shelter in place. Qatar later said the security situation remains stable. However, we did get those breaking news lines that there has been some explosions heard over Doha. I'm now joined by Dr. Hamid Al-Kifayeh, author and writer on the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us. A pleasure to have you on the show. So, if Iran does indeed strike US bases, would that serve its strategic interests or backfire, especially given that some Gulf leaders condemned Israel's strikes on Iran?
Will certainly backfire. I think if Iran decides to attack American bases, this is suicidal on Iran's part. Because the United States will not sit back and just watch. It's going to hit back and hit hard. So I don't know. I doubt if there is such a move on the part of Iran, but anything could happen. The Iranians would like to show their people that they are in a position to retaliate. They are strong. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I just cannot believe that they would dare to do such a thing.
I just want to get your reaction to some news that we're getting out now. It says there's a credible threat of an Iranian missile attack on a US-run airbase in Qatar. That's according to the BBC and Iraq, apparently. And Qatar has temporarily closed its airspace, and US and UK citizens have been advised to shelter in place. What is your reaction to this news?
But this news is unconfirmed, so I cannot really comment on unconfirmed reports. I don't think the Iranians would dare to attack American targets, American bases in Iraq or in Qatar, because they enjoy good relations with Iraq and with Qatar, especially with Iraq and Qatar. So it's highly unlikely, but if they do, there will be consequences from the Americans, from the Qataris, from the Iraqis. So it is very dangerous for them to undertake such an action.
Okay, I'm just getting that news from the BBC and also Reuters, but let's move on. President Trump has issued a warning regarding oil prices. Could we see Iran target the Strait of Hormuz and effectively holding the world to ransom?
I also cannot see how Iran would do that. I mean, this will attract American action because this affects all countries of the world. Because it will raise oil prices, and that affects life in the West and in other countries, even in China, an ally of Iran, or supposedly ally of Iran. So this is also, it cannot be ruled out, but Iran did threaten to close the Strait of Hormuz, but it is really also a very bold move for Iran to do, and I don't think it will.
Doctor, what do you think Iran could do in retaliation? They are warning of retaliation. What are the possibilities? You say you can't see them striking US air bases, despite reports we're getting in now from Qatar, and also closing the Strait of Hormuz. So what is Iran's options?
Iran has actually very limited options. Iran wants this war to end as soon as possible, and it will keep firing missiles on Israel if Israel keeps attacking Iran. So that's for sure. But how long for? Iran doesn't have a lot of missiles, and all its weapon factories and other bases have been attacked and destroyed by Israel. So it is very difficult time for Iran. Iran is cornered, and it wishes to end the war as much, more than any other party to this war. But it will, for the time being, I think it will keep attacking Israel. It will keep firing missiles. But that's all it could do. It doesn't want to widen this war because it will lose. I mean, it is losing as it is now, but if it widens the war, it will attract more actions from the Americans and from the Israelis.
Dr. Hamid Al-Kifaye, author and writer on the Middle East. A pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much. So I just want to bring you a little bit more breaking news. We're getting air defense system activated in US bases in Qatar, Bahrain and Kuwait. And that's according to military sources who have been speaking to the Reuters news agency. There we are. Riyadh, I just want to go through some of what we're getting breaking news. Explosions have been in Qatar after a credible threat against a US airbase in the country. So we are getting this news through right now while you are on air with me. So explosions heard over Qatari capital Qatar. Qatar closed airspace after US and UK warning to its citizens. What's the reaction?
Well, depends on the outcome. First, we'll see how large-scale is the attack. Would the U.S. be able to intercept all these missiles? Were these missiles fired at, empty grounds, not aiming at crucial targets, just to show, to save face, to show that they have retaliated? Second, if they were to hit anything, how the U.S. would react? Even if they don't hit anything, the Iranians could be hoping to repeat what they did after the killing of Soleimani. So the question here, how would Washington react? Would this time President Trump say, fine, nothing was damaged, no casualties, we can move on. Or he would say, no, I'm not going to take it, we're going to have to hit back. So unfortunately, since October 7, 2023, the Iranians have been miscalculating one move after the other. Could this retaliation be another miscalculation, or a very well calculated with advanced warning provided to the Americans that we are about to do something so that they will avoid any casualties?
So Riyadh, we're just seeing live pictures now, right now on our screen. So, and that is from, if I'm correct, the airbase in Qatar. And that is Iranian missile strikes on air bases in Qatar. Riyadh and I have been talking about that now. And let me just bring you up to date with what we're hearing. Explosions heard over Qatari capital Doha. That's according to reports on the news wires. We are now seeing those live pictures come in, if you can see that, over the Qatar US airbase. And it's after a credible threat from Iran against US bases in the country. We also know earlier Qatar closed airspace after US and UK warning to the citizens. And Riyadh and I, he's still in the studio with me, live picture there right on our screen. Riyadh, we are seeing those Iranian strikes come in. I mean, it's happened quite quickly, hasn't it? We know that the US obviously hit those nuclear facilities yesterday, Iran striking today. Those live pictures are on air. Is this an escalation? Will the US view this as an escalation?
Oh, well, supposedly, yes. If you want to go by the words of President Trump and the US officials warning of any retaliation, yes, we would say this is an escalation. But again, this depends here on, does the U.S. really want to go all the way in? Because it has, if the U.S. finds this to be unacceptable, we don't know the outcome yet. Was there any casualties? Was there any hits? Was the U.S. air defense able to intercept all the missiles? So we need to get all this data to be able to analyze it. But if there were casualties, definitely the U.S. would retaliate. If there was nothing, minor damage, it's a possibility that the U.S. would let this go to avoid escalation and getting more involved in this conflict.
Riyadh, and I think a lot of people watching the show are going to be thinking this, like I'm thinking it right now. How dangerous is it at time for the Middle East right now, for people living in Qatar, for people living in the UAE where there are US military bases? Are we at a flashpoint in this crisis?
Well, this is what we've been warning of for years, that, with the way things were building up between Iran and its neighbors, and especially Israel, that we were facing the possibility of a large-scale regional war, where it would start off between Israel and Iran, and then it could suck in other players. And this is where we stand right now. It is happening, and we could see things escalate very quickly from this point onwards. Or we could see a de-escalation with one party saying, I'm not going to retaliate now, I'm going to let this go, because possibly there is no damage and no casualties. So we'll find out in the next few hours.
Oh, Riyadh Kawaji, thank you so much. Yes, I think there is a lot of fear and concern in the region following that breaking news. Thank you so much for joining me on the programme. Al Arabiya's military and strategy analyst, and of course, friend of the show, Riyadh Kawaji. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has urged China to convince Iran not to close the Strait of Hormuz. The Chinese Foreign Ministry confirmed that the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi had a phone call with his Iranian counterpart in wake of the strikes, but refused to confirm whether Beijing urged Tehran to keep that vital maritime transit route open. Our Asia correspondent Camille Nadilek sent us the latest from Hong Kong.
The calculation that the United States is making here is that economic influence translates into geopolitical influence. Now, it is true that China and Iran do have close economic ties. China imports almost all of Iran's sanctioned oil, and there are multiple reports that then get paid for in renminbi. So Iranians then have no choice but to buy Chinese products. But publicly, on the global stage, China maintains a position of non-interference. And when asked during the Chinese Foreign Ministry press briefing earlier, a spokesperson was very reticent to give any details about a phone call between the two foreign ministers of Iran and China. Let's take a listen.
The Persian Gulf and its surrounding waters are vital channels for international goods and energy trade. Maintaining security and stability in this region is in the common interest of the international community.
Something like 45% of China's oil imports pass through that strategic maritime chokehold for the oil industry. And that then goes to refineries in China and then used to supply domestic demand for fuel and other essential products used for the Chinese economy. Eventually, further downstream, that would lead to additional costs for manufacturers, and manufacturers presumably would then pass those costs on to consumers like the United States. So while Marco Rubio says that it's not the United States that will be the most impacted if the strait were to close, eventually that cost would be passed on to the US.
And I just want to reiterate some of that breaking news that we did bring you earlier in the show. Explosions have been heard in Qatar, and that's after a credible threat against a US base in the country. We'll be waiting to get more news on that. As you can see that we have the live pictures on our screen. US airbase targeted by Iran as explosions have been heard in Qatar, and that's within the last 15 minutes or so. We have received those pictures. If you have a look, it's missile strikes, and the destination of those strikes has been Qatar, from what we're hearing, and it's launched towards the bases, and more on that as we get any news in. And that's all from us on W News. Of course, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News. where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. All newspapers reported on America's strikes against Iran's nuclear sites using bunker buster bombs, with a special focus on what prompted the change of heart of President Trump on whether to be directly involved in the war or not. Some media outlets went as far as saying that Trump's talk about the decision taking up to 2 weeks to be finalized was a decoy tactic. We'll start with the New York Times, which published an analysis on how President Trump decided to strike Iran. The article reveals how President Trump secretly prepared to strike Iran's nuclear sites while publicly pretending to give diplomacy a chance. For days, President Trump publicly claimed he might wait up to 2 weeks before deciding on military action, hoping to mislead Iran and also calm his own anti-war supporters. The analysis highlights that behind the scenes, military preparations were already complete. Refueling tankers and fighter jets were also moved into place, and B-2 stealth bombers were ready to launch a complex attack. To confuse Iran, some bombers flew west as a decoy, while the main group flew east undetected to strike Iran's most fortified nuclear facilities. Trump gave the final order less than 30 hours after his press secretary announced the supposed 2-week delay. Now, the attack was successful, but officials warned that Iran's nuclear program might not be fully destroyed. The piece notes that Trump's decision put the U.S. directly into the war, with risks of Iranian retaliation and a possible wider conflict. The analysis concludes that Trump's deception was as much about managing public opinion as it was about surprising Iran. The Jerusalem Post published an exclusive report on how Netanyahu convinced Trump to strike Iran's nuclear sites. The report highlights how Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer spent a week persuading President Trump to expand U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. It points out that Trump initially planned to target only Fordo, but he was convinced by Israel to include Natanz and Esfahan to finish the job and also maximize the damage to Iran's nuclear program. Now, the piece notes that Israel provided crucial intelligence and full cooperation for the U.S. operation, and that both countries used deception to keep Iran off guard. The report concludes that while most of Iran's nuclear sites have been destroyed or severely damaged, Israel is now shifting focus to Iran's missile program, with both leaders declaring a major step towards preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. The Financial Times published an analysis asking where is Iran's uranium, saying the fate of the American strikes hangs on Iran's 400 kilograms stockpile of uranium. The piece also highlights ongoing uncertainty about the fate of Iran's nuclear program after U.S. and Israeli strikes on key sites like Natanz and also Fordo and Isfahan. It points out that while these facilities have suffered severe damage, the critical question is what happened to Iran's stockpile of over 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to near weapons grade, enough for several bombs if further processed. The report included a chart depicting the rapid expansion of Iran nuclear activity in the past few years. If we look at it here, this is the chart. As you can see, after May 2018, when President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the nuclear deal with Iran, of course, this activity increased rapidly between May 2018 and May 2025, reaching much higher levels. And you can see that was also planned at the end. A much higher level was planned of activity was indeed planned. Now, the piece points out that officials and analysts warn that Iran may have moved its enriched uranium to secret locations, making it hard for international inspectors to track. It also notes that the IAEA's ability to monitor Iran's nuclear activities has been weakened, and that military action alone may only delay, not destroy Iran's nuclear ambitions. Now, the report also concludes that without knowing the whereabouts of the uranium stockpile, any claims of total victory are premature. Le Monde's editorial "So in America" strikes on Iran a dramatic shift in U.S. policy from diplomacy to military action, saying that by striking Iran, Trump has deprived himself of the tool of diplomacy. The article points out that President Trump, after initially advocating for talks, was drawn into war by Israel's actions and now leads an unprecedented Israeli-American military alliance in the region. The editorial notes that Trump's warning to Iran about peace or tragedy, but also emphasizes that Iran remains capable of causing major disruption despite its weakened state. Now, the piece also questions the long-term effectiveness of the bombings, as they are unlikely to end Iran's nuclear ambitions and have cost the U.S. its diplomatic leverage. The article concludes that relying on brute force over international law has darkened prospects for peace and stability in the Middle East. Simon Tisdall wrote in The Guardian today saying Trump has fallen slap bang into the trap laid for him by Netanyahu, and that his reckless gamble makes a nuclear weapon for Iran more, not less likely. The article highlights that U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites have plunged the U.S. into the new war in the Middle East with far-reaching consequences. It points out that President Trump's decision, urged on by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, was based on disputed intelligence and lacks a clear exit strategy. Tisdall warns that bombing will not erase Iran's nuclear know-how or its regional influence, and that retaliation against U.S. and allied bases is now a real danger. He notes that Iran may choose to accelerate its nuclear program in response, possibly withdrawing from international treaties. The article concludes that the attack risks triggering a regional firestorm, global economic shocks, and a dangerous precedent for nuclear proliferation, making peace harder to achieve than ever. David Ignatius seems to agree with this assessment, as he wrote in the Washington Post, saying President Trump's bold decision to strike Iran's nuclear sites was a gamble that may bring Tehran to the table or provoke another round of escalation. Ignatius points out that the operation was larger and more comprehensive than expected, showcasing American strength and reach. The author also notes that Trump's demands for Iran to make peace or face more attacks is an ultimatum that could backfire, as history shows U.S. military action in the region rarely end well. Vice President Vance later also offered a gentler tone, emphasizing openness to diplomacy if Iran abandons its nuclear ambition. The article concludes that while Trump's gamble may force Iran to the table, it could also provoke prolonged instability, retaliation, and unpredictable consequences for the region and beyond. We'll stay with the Washington Post, which published an analysis on what to expect in terms of oil prices if Iran carries out its threats to close the Strait of Hormuz. The report highlights how the U.S. strikes on Iran have sent shock waves through world oil markets, as Iran's parliament has endorsed the idea of closing the Strait of Hormuz. The piece points out that this narrow waterway is crucial for global oil and gas shipments, with about 20% of the world's supply passing through it. Analysts also warn that if Iran blocks the strait, oil prices could spike above $100 per barrel, and U.S. gas prices could rise also sharply. The report also notes that while Iran has threatened to close the strait before, it has never fully done so and may lack the ability now. It concludes that while oil prices are likely to surge into the short term, any major spike may be temporary unless Iran makes a dramatic move. And we'll end with The Telegraph, which reported today on President Trump's mixed signals regarding regime change in Iran. While the official American stance does not name regime change as an objective, President Trump's social media posts say otherwise. The report points out that the U.S. president referenced his MAGA movement as he asked, why wouldn't there be a regime change? The report highlights that President Trump's call for regime change in Iran, using his Truth Social platform to suggest new leadership is needed if the current government couldn't make Iran great again. Of course, a twist on his MAGA slogan. However, the piece also points out that Vice President Vance and Defense Secretary Hegseth have both stressed that the U.S. is not seeking to topple Iran's government, but only to end its nuclear program, and also open talks for a long-term settlement. The piece also notes that Trump previously blocked an Israeli plan to assassinate Iran's supreme leader, and that senior U.S. officials warn regime change could cause chaos in the region. The report concludes that while Trump celebrates the military success, experts and officials remain cautious about the risk of escalation and the uncertain future for Iran. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Maybe he will, maybe he won't. He'll make up his mind at the last minute. President Donald Trump makes waging war sound like a simple, everyday decision. Is direct US military involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict the only way to force a lasting resolution? While Trump mulls war, European foreign ministers talk peace with their Iranian counterpart. But has Europe left its run too late? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. He likes to call himself the peacemaker-in-chief, the president who committed himself to ending America's forever wars. Now, that same president is considering dropping a bomb on Iran.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Israel and Iran's tit-for-tat bombing campaign has entered a second week and, without a circuit breaker, could continue to grind on indefinitely. So, would a definitive US strike force an end to the conflict? Or would it just be the start of another broader regional war? Iran says it's no longer willing to negotiate with the US, so European governments have stepped in to try to broker a deal. UK, German and French foreign ministers are meeting their Iranian counterpart in Geneva. But does Europe hold any cards here? They've played second fiddle to the US on Middle East affairs for so long. Have they lost their leverage? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate, is a US strike needed to force an end to the conflict? Does Europe have the power to broker a deal with Iran? And has Israel overplayed its hand and taken its regional fight too far? Well, to discuss the conflict between Iran and Israel and the prospect of the US becoming embroiled in the fight, I'm joined by Ambassador David Satterfield, a former US ambassador to Lebanon and until last year was President Biden's special envoy for humanitarian aid for Gaza. Also on our panel is German diplomat Martin Kobler. He's held various ambassadorial posts across the Middle East and was formerly a UN special envoy for Libya. And rounding out our guest list this week is Colonel Richard Kemp, a former British military officer who has worked in operations both in Iraq and Afghanistan and in addition, various other roles in the British Ministry of Defence. Gentlemen, thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. It's pretty clear now that Israel can't achieve its operational objectives in Iran without US intervention. It can't take out Iran's underground nuclear base without US weapons. So instead, it's targeting infrastructure and civilians above ground. But to get enough damage done, it's going to have to keep up that bombing campaign for weeks, if not months. Meanwhile, Iran says it now more than ever is insistent that it won't relinquish its nuclear program. So both sides are digging in, and this conflict could now just grind on for months. That means more civilians on both sides will die. So is a circuit breaker needed? Ambassador Satterfield, let me start with you. Should the US strike Fordo and get involved more openly in this fight to make that circuit breaker, or will that make the situation worse?
Well, I would challenge many of the assumptions contained in your opening remarks, which ignore almost completely the Iranian agency in all of this. Iran's active work on highly enriched uranium, designed whether or not weaponization occurs to provide the threat of weaponization as a tool for advancement of its ambitions in the region, as well, of course, as its support for proxies who have the blood of every country represented on this screen and many others on their hands. But your question as to what is to be done now, there's a window. There's a window of opportunity still for a non-kinetic, a non-military resolution to this. I think it's very clear that President Trump has concerns over the question, first, of the effectiveness of a U.S. strike or series of strikes to truly end the enrichment program in a definitive fashion. Secondly, what the consequences of such a strike would be with respect to U.S. interests in the region. And finally, how to avoid all of this becoming another prolonged conflict, which is something that he and many Americans, and I think not unlike Joe Biden at the end of his administration, want to avoid. It isn't inevitable that there is a strike, but to make it not inevitable, Iran is going to have to come to the table.
Iran was at the table, though, before Israel launched its strikes a week ago. So they were at the table.
For 8 weeks, they were at the table refusing to agree to an end to the enrichment program. So, yes, they were at the table, but the table produced nothing. And the circumstances now would dictate that Iran must recognize, and I hope in the European meetings taking place today with Iranian officials, there's a consistent message. You have a chance, but you need to take it now.
Martin, what's your take? Should the US get involved? Do you think they will get involved? What kind of conflict would it become if they did?
Well, I would like to add on what David said, not to lose out of sight the Iranian behavior. I mean, in addition to what David said, Iran has been consistently threatening Israel with extinction. So this is really a problem of survival of the Israeli state. Now, if this comes together, that Iran has been threatening Israel with destroying, with annihilating the whole country for 30 years now. I mean, this is a philosophy. This is on the genes of the PR machine of the Iranians. If this comes together with a high enrichment of uranium to make a bomb possible, I mean, this, I think, justifies what we are seeing right now. But coming back to your question, whether the Americans will or will not intervene here, Trump has a strategic ambiguity here. He says, I know, I don't know, or maybe not. So let's wait. However, I only can encourage those who are now sitting together, like the 3 European foreign ministers. I hope they're coordinating very intensely with the United States here in order to prevent the American intervention here. I think it's very important to give diplomacy a chance. You are right that there were already talks going on. However, they were not fruitful. And now we have the situation of the Israeli-Iran war, so to say, and it's extremely important that these diplomatic talks go on. Now, all those who have experience in negotiating with Iranians know how this is done, how the procrastination is done. So you see, it's of little importance whether they were sitting together before. How are they behaving now with the circumstances we have now?
Richard, what's your read on it?
I think the first thing I'd say is I think the worst possible outcome of this would be a diplomatic solution. War is obviously a terrible thing, but sometimes there are things worse than war. And I think if there was any kind of an agreement between Iran and the United States or any other country, it simply wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. We'd just be back to square one if Israel wasn't able to finish the job that it started. Let's not forget that when President Obama's JCPOA came into force, numerous times the Iranian regime cheated on that agreement. It didn't honor the agreement. It hasn't honored its undertakings under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and it won't do so. I think that it sounds good, and we're all accustomed to a diplomatic solution's best, but I don't think in this case it is. I think the answer is to, as far as it can be possibly done, is to destroy the Iranian nuclear program, or certainly as a minimum set it back by many, many years, which I think has partly already been done. And preferably to bring down the regime. Now, that clearly has to be done from within. And I don't know. I know there are a number of opposition groups in Iran. I don't know if any of them has the capability or indeed the courage to actually topple the regime now. But clearly this is an ideal opportunity for them to do so. They've seen the weakness of this regime. They've seen it exposed both in the offensive operations by Israel and their own attempts at offensive operations against Israel. I think the reality is, you've spoken about this war going on for maybe weeks or months. I'm not sure if that would be necessary. I think we're seeing Iran. It's not exhausted, but it certainly has had absolutely minimal strategic impact on Israel so far.
Richard, let me ask you, though, if Israel can have nuclear weapons and not declare them, why can't Iran?
Here's why. And let me be very blunt on this. Iran is a bandit regime, a rogue regime, a terrorist regime. For 46 years, it directly and through proxies has threatened, has killed, has murdered, has challenged virtually everyone in the region. It has attacked directly its own neighbors. It has indeed, as Martin has said, proclaimed for decades that the annihilation of the Zionist entity, as it calls it, is its objective. It is a different matter altogether between Israel's reported possession of nuclear weapons and the threat that Iran, even now, without a weapon, but the potential to develop a weapon, poses.
Richard, when I asked that question, you had a bit of a giggle. What's your take? I mean, if Israel's allowed to, why isn't Iran?
Well, I think you've just had that question partially answered. Israel is not a terrorist state. It's not a dictatorship like Iran is. It's a democratic country with democratic processes. And I think that the prospects, Iran has made it very clear it intends to annihilate the Zionist state, and it created this network of proxies around the region to do exactly that. We have no reason to believe that a nuclear-armed Iran would not carry out its threats. Israel has made no such threats against anybody. And I think you can illustrate, I think the kind of the rationale can be illustrated to an extent by the fact that Israel has allegedly, and I don't think they've admitted to it, but Israel has allegedly had a nuclear weapons capability for many decades now. Iran is getting closer, has been getting closer to nuclear program for a long time. To my knowledge, no country in the region, with the exception of Iran, has sought nuclear weapons out of fear of Israel's nuclear program. But there are a number of countries in the region, not least Saudi Arabia, which has been actively looking towards acquiring its own nuclear capability if Iran gains its one. So it really, I think that shows what certainly the view in the region is of Israel's nuclear weapons program, and it's or potential alleged nuclear weapons program, and it shows the fear of Iran gaining nuclear weapons.
Martin, let me take you back to something that Richard said in his first answer, that diplomacy would be the worst possible outcome and that Israel should be able to finish the job. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, let me comment on the strong words of David. I wouldn't use such strong words in a situation. Also, I totally agree in substance if I want to sit together with the regime. So, I mean, if I were about to negotiate with the Iranians, I would accept them as a partner, as a difficult partner, as a partner now under military pressure. And I think it's important to keep the relation going on. And I have been negotiating weeks and weeks with Iranians, so it's very important. And I have no illusion about the substance of the regime, but it's very important not to block the diplomatic channel by using words. Also, sometimes the American president uses with his partners. Now, when it comes to your question, Melinda, what Richard said, I think one always. As a layman or as a civilian, I would say if you enter into military action, you have an aim. Yeah, it's justified. In this case, I think if the enrichment is far enough, progressed to an extent where there is an enrichment, you can build nuclear warheads with it, and this is around 90%. So then what is the aim? The aim, the Israeli government said, is the destruction of nuclear facilities. Now, this also can be a delay. There will be no total destruction of nuclear facilities because this is very difficult to achieve, not even with American weapons, I think. So there will always be a scope of uncertainty. So, but to reduce the capability of the Iranian regime to further enrich in the next years, in the years to come, to enrich uranium to an extent that it reaches 90%, this, I think, is the aim. Everything which is mentioned apart from this, like regime change, is certainly not a matter of what can be achieved. If it's a secondary fact, and if the Iranian people decides, to topple their regime, so be it. And nobody would start crying here. However, this cannot be, regime change cannot be, the Americans had bad experience with it, cannot be the target and the aim of this operation against Iran. I want to make the point once again, Melinda, because you asked the question about Israel has nuclear weapons, why can't Iran has? I only can agree with those who say Israel doesn't threaten other countries with annihilation, and Iran does. Imagine the United Arab Emirates would be threatened, or Germany, or any other country. I don't know where you're from, your country maybe, would be threatened by a regime over decades. in the meantime trying to destroy it and threatening with annihilation. I mean, this just cannot be accepted, independent of what is happening. I also do not agree with the Israeli government, what's going on right now in Gaza and these things. But this cannot be an excuse to go on with this philosophy of annihilation of the Israeli state.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because we are going to come to that as a point a little bit later in our debate, Israel's actions here, whether they've gone too far. But let's hold fire on that and come back to that and the point you've just made a little bit later in our debate. Ambassador Satterfield, this idea of learning from the past, I mean, you've all had experience in the Middle East, Iraq no least. We saw what happened when the US and its allies went in on the pretense of weapons of mass destruction, and that turned into a disaster. Can you bomb your way to peace?
No, Linda, and look, President Trump, this administration, made clear in the president's Riyadh remarks what has long been signaled, that the era post 9/11 of quixotic regime change, nation building, democracy building efforts at the cost of U.S. and other blood and treasure is over. It's finished. It has no support from the majority of Americans. It has no support from this administration. And I would say to you, if Joe Biden had had a second term, I don't believe his policies in this regard would be significantly different.
And yet, if he does go in and executes
objective.
this strike, as he says he's thinking about, isn't that exactly what he's doing?
No, it is not exactly what he's doing. He has made clear his efforts. Whatever rhetoric comes from various individuals in the Israeli government, and there's a spectrum of expression, his objective is the enrichment program itself and bringing this to a close. But it is more than just the enrichment program. The president wants to see stability established in the Middle East. He is not happy with Gaza. He is not happy with the inability to get a Saudi deal. And he is certainly not happy with what looks like a continued endless campaign in Iran. He wants to close this.
And if I may add, Melinda, I mean, one cannot compare Iraq with Iran now. Nobody thinks about a ground invasion. I mean, Iraq was a ground invasion. In our view, it was not legal. It was contrary to international law because it was done without the Security Council approval. Others see it differently. However, 150,000 American soldiers and others invaded the country. And this is not the philosophy right now and the strategy right now with Iran. What's being discussed is to use American military Air Force potential with bunker blasters and B-2 bombers in order to go deeper into the bunkers where the enrichment is taking place. This cannot be compared to what was planned in 2003 with Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
Just one other
go ahead.
Observation I'd like to put in here is, in your opening comments, you made the assertion that Israel cannot complete its objectives in Iran without American assistance. I don't think there's any real basis for that. I do believe that American intervention using its bunker buster bombs would certainly do a very successful job on Fordo. But I also believe that Israel has the capabilities of doing pretty much that as well. It doesn't have the same...
It doesn't have the same ammunition, the same weapons to do what the US can do.
There are other ways of doing it, and we don't know. I mean, I don't know, and you don't know what Israel's capabilities are on Fordo and what their plans are on Fordo. I would suggest that the Prime Minister of Israel would not have launched this operation without a clear plan as to how he was going to deal with it, which probably did not, unless he has an agreement with President Trump that we're not aware of, which probably did not include having US involvement as a prerequisite. So we'll have to see what happens about that. I'm not suggesting that it would be a bad thing for the United States to deal with Fordo if President Trump's inclined to do so, but I don't think we should assume either that Israel can't deal with Fordo.
If it could, though, wouldn't it have done it by now?
Well, I think there are many considerations, and Israel's only been carrying out this operation now for just about a week. It's also had other priorities as well as dealing with the nuclear program, because let's not forget one of its top priorities is defensive against the Iranian ballistic missile attacks, and has expended a huge amount of air power on dealing with that. Iran's ballistic missile attacks have been largely ineffective. They've resulted in something, it's a terrible thing, I know, 25 deaths, but only something like 25 deaths with something like 500 ballistic missiles fired. The deaths are terrible, but it's not a strategic impact. And Iran appears to be potentially running out of power on its offensive operations, but that's because Israel has devoted so much energy both to destroying launchers and missiles on the ground, but also to intercepting them in the air with US assistance, I might add.
Let's turn to our second segment. If we are looking to move away from conflict towards diplomacy, let's turn our attentions to what's happening in Switzerland. We know that the foreign ministers from the UK, France and Germany, along with the EU's top diplomat, have been in talks with their Iranian counterpart in Geneva. They're trying to coax Iran back to the negotiating table, something Tehran says it's not interested in while it's under attack. Europe was effectively sidelined during the original negotiations led by the US, and people close to the Geneva talks, it's reportedly, are saying that expectations there are low. Ambassador Satterfield, let me ask you, does Europe have the power to broker a deal with Iran, or does that power rest solely with the United States?
No, Europe does not have the power to broker a deal with Iran. What Europe does have the power to do is, given the significant weight these three ministers hold, their countries hold, is to reinforce a single consistent message that you have an opportunity now to preserve yourselves, whatever we think the wisdom or ill wisdom is of the Iranian regime. You have the ability to preserve yourselves from further violence, further kinetic action, but it's a window for preservation that is closing rapidly. Europe does have a critical role here in that regard, and I would hope there is a uniform message.
What do you think about it, Mutton? Do you think Europe holds any cards here?
I think Europe has mentally, I wouldn't say good relations, but psychologically, I think they are closer to Iran. When President Trump won, just threw away the JCPOA, Europe continued in a way to save the JCPOA in a marginal way. So I think these relations, they continue. Now, if there are three European foreign ministers with the American military power behind them, I mean, because this is not only the elephant in the room, this is quite evident. They can have a significant impact now, and they can tell the Iranian foreign minister, listen, in every conflict, of course, negotiations are going on during the fighting. Now, if the fighting stops, all these ideas of having a ceasefire first and then we go to the negotiation table, I mean, this rarely works. In 90% of the conflicts, I mean, you have fighting and you have negotiation in parallel. And the stronger the parties are under pressure, the more they are inclined to come to the negotiating table. Now, and this can be communicated, I think, I wouldn't say better, but also, or with some insistence by the three European foreign ministers, to bring them to the negotiating table and just to find out where the compromise here can be. Now, I'm always thinking, because I was working in Libya on Gaddafi, he also gave up finally on nuclearization. He was not as close as the Iranians. However, he gave up at the end of the day and the sanctions were lifted. Now, I think as a European, it is not a good thing that the United States hasn't had diplomatic relations with Iran since 79, since 40 years in the meantime. Now, this is not the kind of, well, normal relation with the country, even if you do not like the regime. All these kind of things, to enter into diplomatic relations again, to lift the sanctions. This could be, on the other side, a kind of incentive for the Iranians to give up nuclearization of their weapons program.
Richard, I know where you stand on the diplomatic efforts. You don't think that it holds much weight, but do you think that where the US has left the table, well, the US, Iran says it won't come to the table with the US. Do you think that Europe has a unique opportunity here to do what the US couldn't?
I don't think so for a moment. I think the Europeans have no cards whatever in their hands. They have no influence over what either the US or the Israelis are doing, and they certainly don't have any influence over Iran. I think the whole purpose of this meeting, from the Iranian side anyway, is to try and string the Europeans along, and to, as they've laid it down clearly so far anyway, that they will not negotiate until the fighting finishes, and that's clearly their objective. They're on the ropes now. They're not finished, but they're on the ropes, and this is one kind of maybe way of pausing the fighting at least. And they're master negotiators, they're master manipulators, and I think that's all they're after. And they won't. I mean, in my opinion, they certainly won't agree to any conditions that have been demanded by the United States or Israel, whatever they feed to the Europeans. I really do think that it's. I'm not saying that the Europeans shouldn't do this, but I don't think it has any value. If anything, it sort of perhaps gives Ayatollah Khomeini the hope that he's going to be able to get out of this without giving up nuclear weapons and without having the entire military and even political elements of his country destroyed.
Martin.
Richard, if I may,
please.
I mean, how often do we say there is no military solution alone? I mean, this is in Gaza, for other conflicts. Look to Africa. Everywhere, we always keep on saying there is no military solution alone. Now, you might not be in favor. You might think there is a military solution alone. But history shows that there needs to be something else. There needs to be a second pillar. Yes to military action, as we said, but also yes to diplomacy. I mean, these are two sides of the same of the medal. That's why there will be no military solution alone. If they continue militarily, there might be a regime change at the end. If the Iranian people decides to do so, this has to come from within, and then things might be different. There might be more repression for the people. This is also possible. But militarily, even with the bunker busters of the US, there will not be a solution. This will traumatize the regime, the population of the country, and there will be the call for revenge, as we see it also in other conflicts, and the whole thing will start from the beginning. But now is the chance, with looking to the region, with Gaza, with the Abraham Accords, or what's left with it, with Saudi Arabia coming into the game, now to have a broader regional kind of solution, which must be a political solution. Now Assad is gone, Hezbollah is weakened, Hamas is out of the fighting scope here. Yeah, I mean, now is the chance to really all together, US and the Europeans, not either or, but both, and to take the reins into their hands and now try to get a regional solution in order to bring at least a more durable peace to the region.
David,
Richard,
please.
I would add to Martin's comment. When we speak about a diplomatic end to all of this, let's be clear, if I can read the president's comments, what he means by this. He does not mean an acceptance of the status quo. He means the either physical destruction or complete monitored dismantlement of the nuclear enrichment program in Iran. That is not what the JCPOA provided for. And there'll be no return, I think, to that. Either it gets destroyed by kinetic action, or in the course of an agreed framework with the IAEA and other parties, including regional parties, there is a complete elimination of the nuclear infrastructure and an extensive monitoring regime to try to assure it is not reconstructed again. That's what I believe President Trump means. But I think he is quite exceptional in terms of his desire, based on his own unique background, to see a more normal relationship with a post-nuclear enrichment Iran and a post-ballistic missile threatening Iran. The proxy issue is a different story and a much more difficult one. But I certainly don't believe the president believes that regime change, having watched the debacles of Iraq, Afghanistan post the initial operations against the Taliban, and Libya, is a model that he wishes to be associated with.
Martin, Europe was very quick to condemn Russia's actions in Ukraine, but they've been relatively quiet until very recently regarding Israel's actions in Gaza, despite the ICC issuing arrest warrants. Now they're backing Israel in this conflict too. Has Europe, and the West maybe more broadly, relinquished its role as this standard bearer of the rules-based order?
Well, I mean, if you compare Ukraine now to Israel, I mean, Russia attacked Ukraine, so without any reason, and that's why we were very quick in condemning this, and we are fighting or delivering weapons and supporting Ukraine until this very day. Also here, one shouldn't forget that the diplomatic channel is not functioning, and it's only military, and there will be no military solution. Now, when it comes to Israel, there was the attack of Hamas, and 1,200 people were killed there. And that's why Europe and others, not only Europe, but also others said, well, this is the right of self-defense under the UN Charter to defend yourself against such an attack. Now, when it turned unproportional, when other military aims or other aims came into being, the kind of dehumanization of the Palestinians, the chasing the hundreds of thousands from one corner of Gaza to the other, of using hunger as a weapon, then the opinion changed also in Europe. Yes, it was legitimate at the beginning. However, it has to be under humanitarian international law. It has to be a proportional action. And I also think you cannot bomb a hospital, you cannot bomb a school with hundreds of people in it, even if there is a tunnel of Hamas underneath. This is unproportional. And then even with the Germans, and we always have a very special, within the European caucus, we have a special historical responsibility vis-a-vis Israel. Even here, also with our new government, this is now clear, and everybody says that this is not proportional and this contradicts humanitarian law. Now, this was a process. It was justified at the beginning. It is justified when it comes to the excesses of self-defense, as we can see it now in Gaza.
Richard, what do you make of that? I mean, why would Iran rush back to the table when it feels like it's the one being attacked? Does Europe and the West, have they relinquished their rules-based order crown?
I think in relation to Gaza, I don't see that as being disproportionate. I see it as being very, very terrible, very horrific devastation. What I would like to hear from somebody, and I've not heard it from anybody yet, and I'm not talking about in this discussion, but in the broader sense, how you would deal with the situation that Israel's facing in Gaza, where it has a terrorist entity still holding on to a significant number of Israeli hostages, and a leadership that continues to threaten to repeat 7th of October again and again and again. Now, you have one of two options. You either continue to attack those terrorists until they've been eliminated, or at least taken from any form of offensive capability or control of Gaza. and you release the hostages, or unfortunately many of the hostages may die in the process, or you simply say, well, we'll just leave Gaza, we'll stop fighting Hamas, we will allow them to rebuild themselves as they see fit. There's not really any other option apart from that. And if Israel decides that it's not prepared to take that second option, to my mind, it has little choice other than to continue the operations it's been doing up to now, terrible though they are. But where are the other options? Where's the other military solutions that people come up with? There's no political solution here. I mean, I'm not saying that there couldn't be, but right now, Hamas is not going to surrender. It's not going to give up the hostages without the fight that's going on now. And as to using starvation or hunger as a weapon, I dispute that. I don't think that has been a tactic in Israel's operations at all. What Israel did at one point was to prevent humanitarian aid getting into Gaza.
Okay.
For the simple reason that aid was being, in a large amount of cases, most of it, was being diverted to use by Hamas and stolen by Hamas and then resold to the population, and Israel is entirely entitled under international law to prevent that from happening. It now has put in place a means of getting aid into Gaza, which doesn't fall into Hamas control. And in fact, I visited one of the aid stations that was doing this work a couple of days ago, and they're doing very effective work. And this is partly as a result of Israel's initiative. So Israel's not trying to starve the Gazan population at all.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to turn us back to Iran
may
here.
I just say that the Israeli leadership told so very clearly. Minister Gallant, for example, no food, no medicine, no water, no fuel. I mean, this was clearly spelled out. It's in the world. You can Google it. You can see it. You can see the video. I mean, this was clearly spelled out by the Israeli government not to deliver any humanitarian goods, and that produces the hunger. So, I mean, this was clearly spelled out.
Yes, but
this was at the beginning, and I think it should be seen as
those remarks were made
wartime rhetoric. It certainly hasn't.
Okay.
Certainly hasn't played out that way.
Over 21.
Israel's facilitated vast amounts of aid into Gaza since the war began.
I'm just going to turn us back onto Iran, because maybe we'll get you all back to talk Israel-Gaza on another show. David, before we move on to our final section, I just want to ask you about that point that I put to the other two gentlemen. Why should Iran have any reliability with you?
Sure. You want me to tell you why? I will. Because Iran is in desperate economic shape. The corruption, the incompetency of the administration, its expenditures on issues related to the enrichment of the ruling circle, the IRGC and others, has left the country beggared completely. It needs sanction relief, and it can only get that from the U.S., and it can only get that if this enrichment program ends. That's the short and sweet answer to your question.
Okay. All right. Look, let's move on to our final segment here. I mean, Israel launched these strikes saying that they were preemptive strikes. They are aware of the fact that even though, as some of our guests have said, perhaps they can take out Fordo on their own, it's going to be much harder without US support. There is no guarantee that that support is forthcoming or that it will even work. Even President Trump himself has reportedly questioned the ability of these bunker busters to take out Fordo about 100 metres underground. So could we be seeing boots on the ground now, maybe tactical nuclear weapons used if some reports out of the US are to be leaked?
Let me interrupt.
Go ahead.
This is speculation that goes beyond the bounds of any realistic prospects. There's not going to be U.S. boots on the ground.
No, Israeli boots. I'm not saying U.S. boots on the ground. I'm saying that Israel may need to send
I suspect
boots.
Israel already has shoes and boots, either there or able to be there, but not for an invasion purposes, for tactical operations, as Richard referred to, correct?
Indeed.
But
Absolutely, that if they're going to take out Fordow, they're going to need to do it differently. They're going to need a different strategy. It's not going to be easy. It's costing Israel a lot of money every night with its missile defence system. So, David, has Israel taken it too far? Should they never have done this strike in the first place?
No.
Was there a better way to have handled it?
I do not believe Israel has taken it too far.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only quote here, Martin, the Chancellor's words from earlier this week, which was an extraordinarily frank, honest admission to the world. Israel is doing the dirty work of the world for it, against this regime and the threats, the multiple threats that it poses. However, having said that, when Israeli rhetoric or actions on the ground go beyond the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, the specific threatening entities of the regime, into rhetoric or actions directed at regime change, that I think is not helpful.
And we have heard from Israel Katz, I believe, saying just recently that someone like the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, cannot be allowed to exist. So isn't that an indication that Israel is considering regime change as a very real operational objective?
It's a piece of political rhetoric from a minister in the Israeli government. I can
the defense minister.
Lots and lots of the. It is political rhetoric, and it should not be construed beyond that.
So you don't believe that regime change is part of what Israel is trying to achieve?
As a
I would say Israel is
first-order effect? No, I do not.
Mm-hmm. Richard?
I would say Israel would like to see regime change in Iran, as I think most of us would. And I think the Israeli government sees this, their operations in Gaza. It's not their primary objective, but I think it sees them potentially as enabling regime change, encouraging oppositionist groups within Iran to stand up and get rid of the regime. And I think the rhetoric of Israel Katz and also of Benjamin Netanyahu has really been more about encouraging the Iranian oppositionists to do that and giving them at least some kind of not incentive exactly, but yeah, encouragement and to the weakness they've seen in their regime already. Their inability really to defend themselves against a much smaller country. Must send a message to the Iranian, those people who want to rise up. And I think that's what it's all about. I don't think that it's a specific objective to change the regime themselves. And just going back to the point you made about boots on the ground, I agree with Martin and David. I don't think that certainly American boots on the ground are not going to happen. We know that Israeli boots have been on the ground already, special forces, and there's every possibility that they might be deployed for specific limited tasks in the future. But certainly there's no prospect of Israel attempting to invade or occupy Iran with its own armed forces. I think that's...
No, I don't think anyone's suggesting that Israel is looking to occupy Iran. Martin, let me ask you, I mean, when we consider how many of Iran's missiles are able to breach the missile defence shield that Israel has, do you think this was a miscalculation on their behalf?
No, I don't think it was a miscalculation. We had the first round a few months ago where Iranian drones were attacking also there. It was clear that not everything can be intercepted. I think the Israeli air defense system is working reasonably well. As Richard said, every single Israeli who dies in an attack is one too many, and every Iranian is one too many, civilian. But I mean, this will not be an existential threat for Israel now. However, I would like to make one point. I'm always thinking back of the Iran-Iraq war, where we had similar discussions on how strong the Iranian army after 79 would be. And this was a 7 or 8 years war. So I'm not very sure whether we don't also underestimate the capability of Iran to react. Because this was done before. However, I would agree with those who say the Iranian regime, because of the repression, is weak. I suggest 80% of the population do not like the regime, and they would like to see them gone sooner than later. However, as we see it in Israel, it is solidarized. So there's a movement of solidarity now. It was breaking because of Gaza, and everybody said we cannot go on like this. However, now solidarity in Israel is back, and there is also solidarity back in Iran now with the people that this cannot happen, that they are aided, that they are helped, that they are assisted by the Israelis to bring a fall to their regime. So it is quite uncertain. But coming back to your question, no, I don't think this will be an existential threat for Israel. That's why it's all the more important that these nuclear facilities are, if not totally destroyed, but brought to a level that the making of nuclear warheads is not anymore possible.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're almost out of time. Let me just put one question to all of you. I'll start with you, Ambassador Shatterfield, first of all. What's your prediction? What do you think, with your vast experience in the region, what do you envisage happening in the next days, next coming weeks? How do you think this will play out?
It's very difficult for my crystal ball any longer to be precise on this. But if you ask me to opine, it is that the threat to the revolutionary regime by making a concession, even a concession that preserves it from the U.S. entering this combat, is probably, in the view of the supreme leader and those around him, the worst of the two options. Better to endure what the U.S. may or may not do, rally the troops, as Martin said, and see what comes after, than to take the humiliating step of conceding the enrichment program. I hope that's not the case, but I rather suspect that is what the regime, which sees its own survival threatened by a concession, will go. But I hope not.
Okay, Martin, what's your crystal ball prediction?
Well, I agree. The survival of the regime is of utmost importance. It is weak, and they feel it is weak. So the repression will go on probably. But I'm not sure whether they do not want to enter at least into negotiation in order to avoid a protracted fight. So well, confident is too much, yeah. But if I look into the crystal ball, I think the pressure on the Iranians to sit together with the Europeans/Americans in order to discuss, not with a specific, aim at conceding the denuclearization of their program. This is possible without losing face. We should not forget that psychological factors. What David mentioned, the feeling of humiliation, that this is equally important. However, the Iranian regime wants to survive, and I think they're doing everything possible to make this happen, that they are not kicked out by their population.
Okay, Richard, round us out. What's your prediction over the coming days or weeks?
I think it hinges to a large the way this pans out. I think hinges to a very large extent on the decision of President Trump. And unlike, I don't know if David is in a position to do so, but I certainly can't see into President Trump's mind and figure out what he's going to do. But I would say that the reason I say it hinges on Trump is first of all, because I think this ongoing conflict is likely to continue in its current form pretty much for a little while, unless Trump decides to strike Fordo or another target, and that could shorten it. If not, I think we're going to see the conflict going on even longer. The final point to make, I think, is that US military intervention in this conflict now could make a significant difference to the readiness or otherwise of the Iranian oppositionists to try and bring down their regime. So I think a lot of the future does depend on President Trump's decision.
As always, we turn our eyes to the White House or maybe social media to see what the president is going to do next. Gentlemen, I wish we had more time because I've really enjoyed all of your thoughts and analysis on this, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. So thank you very much to Ambassador David Satterfield, a former US ambassador who worked as President Biden's special envoy for humanitarian aid for Gaza. German diplomat Martin Kobler, a former UN special envoy for Libya, and Colonel Richard Kemp, a former British military officer who has worked in operations both in Iraq and Afghanistan. Gentlemen, thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for watching Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. To tune in to our latest debates and interviews, and of course avoid missing out on all of our content, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up in the programme, as the price of Brent crude rises in the context of escalating regional tensions and fears of disruptions to Iranian oil supply, we ask, what does this mean for global oil markets? We'll be taking an in-depth look at the Saudi banking sector and asking what's behind the sector's robust performance, as well as finding out why the kingdom ranks better than many of its regional neighbours when it comes to financial inclusion. And with the clock ticking ahead of Expo 2030 in Riyadh, we examine the economic benefits this event and its more than 40 million visits will bring to Saudi Arabia. Hello and welcome to the show. We begin with the evolving crisis between Israel and Iran by taking a look at the impact it's having on oil prices. Well, Brent crude has soared and oil prices have risen by more than $10 a barrel during the course of the last few days. This, of course, in the context of those escalations in the region. Well, Iran, which has been facing a barrage of attacks, is also part of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC. And these tensions have been raising fears of a potential loss of Iranian oil supply. Well, when asked if the kingdom would step in to replace any potential shortfall of Iranian oil, the Saudi energy minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, said that the country would only react to realities. Well, let's bring into the conversation Ali Reza, strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, who joins us now for more. Ali, welcome to the programme. What do you read into Saudi Arabia's statements with regard to potential disruption to oil supply?
Tom, it's clear that Saudi Arabia is playing a steady hand, which is a common pattern for Saudi Arabia. If we've learned anything from the geopolitical dynamics and the role that Saudi Arabia intends to play across industry, economy, geopolitics, it's, Saudi Arabia is a nation that wants to make sound decisions for its own interest and those of its partners and those in the interest of the global public. And this is much the same. How I see it is, His Excellency has clearly outlined that we want to make sound decisions that are based on rationale and actual scenarios rather than hypotheticals. I mean, right now the situation is very volatile. We're hearing new headlines from day to day. We, consistently, everyone is on edge about what is really going on. So it goes without saying that the appropriate course of action is to sit tight, evaluate, and make well-validated decisions.
And Ali, what could all of this mean, do you think, for the Saudi economy?
Well, we're seeing a lot of volatility in the oil price, and we know, as much as Saudi Arabia would like to see the nation diversified away from the oil economy as much as possible, it is still largely dependent, or at least driven by the oil prices. So, I mean, in the short term, higher oil prices are good for Saudi Arabia, right? But the challenge here is the fact that oil prices going up and a surplus that arises from conflict, that's not necessarily desirable. Conflict breeds uncertainty, and nobody wants uncertainty. No one wants conflict in the region. So the shorter term impact may be that there's a degree of volatility in the oil prices, and this could have, a very, very small amount of positive impact, which is, again, something to be concerned about, given that there's conflict in the region. The longer term consideration is what conflict means for the broader economy and the global view of investing in the region. Now, all of this being said, events like this are also an opportune moment to reflect and to remind ourselves about the fact that the entire reason Vision 2030 was put into place was to insulate from exactly this type of fluctuation and volatility in the world, to diversify away from the oil economy, to maximize ownership across sectors, industries, and to drive societal development in a way where it is insulated, the risk is mitigated, and we are not at the mercy of oil prices fluctuating. I think in the nearer term, the volatility will continue. We still don't know which actors will come in or leave and how this will all sort of terminate. So as His Excellency said, I think now is the time to sit tight, and we'll see how this all pans out for the economy.
Okay, and just, sorry to put you on the spot on this one, but where could oil prices be heading to, do you think, Ali?
Well, the analysts are saying certainly north of $80, $90 in the nearer term if the volatility continues. I mean, the first day of the conflict, it bumped up almost 8%. Now, there's a particular point of contention here, the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has in the past threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz, but has never actually acted on it. But analysts at JP Morgan have stated that we could see oil prices go as high as $130 if that were actually to be the case. Now, there is a considerable amount of export that passes through that channel. Aramco has shown a lot of resilience in the past when conflicts have arisen. Irrespective of the conflicts, they've continued to serve their clients across the globe. There is another corridor through which export can continue, and the total volume has not yet been capitalized on. However, 130, is perhaps worst case scenario or best case scenario, depending on how you look at it. But certainly the 80s or 90s, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this coming forth in the very next few days or weeks.
All right, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's get a brief check of some of the other stories we're following for you now. And Saudi Arabia's new artificial intelligence company, Humane, has announced the formation of a new division, which is going to be working on advertising, video games and film. Well, this new division, Humane Create, was unveiled at the Cannes Lions International Festival of Creativity. Well, Humane, which is owned by the PIF, was launched in May as the new centrepiece of the kingdom's AI effort. The kingdom's new airline, Riyadh Air, has announced a deal with Rolls-Royce for 116 Trent XWB-97 engines. Those engines will in turn power 50 Airbus A350-1000 jets. Well, the airline, which is set to commence operations later this year, has just signed a deal to buy 25 of the Airbus planes with an option for 25 more. Well, also on the sidelines of the Paris Air Show, the Saudi company Avilis has announced an initial order for some 40 Airbus aircraft. This order is comprised of 10 A350 freighters and 30 A320neo family passenger aircraft. Well, the 3-year-old company, which is a unit of the PIF, also took out options which could bring the total purchase of Airbus jets to 77. Let's take a listen now to what the Avilis CEO Ted O'Byrne had to say.
I'm very, very pleased to announce an order of up to 77 aircraft, 22 aircraft on the A350 side, and 55 aircraft on the A320 family side. So thank you very much, Airbus, for your confidence. We look forward to building a strong and vibrant relationship together. Thank you.
Switching gears now and turning our attention to Saudi Arabia's banking sector, which is continuing to demonstrate strong growth, highlighting the sector's expanding role in supporting economic activity. Well, corporate lending, which is tied to Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 projects like new construction and infrastructure, has given the sector a significant boost. Well, the Saudi banking sector's assets have grown by more than 28% during the last 5 years, totaling around 5 trillion Saudi riyals now. Well, this performance aligns with the kingdom's non-oil economic momentum. Non-oil activities now make up more than 50% of GDP, up 20% since the launch of Vision 2030. Well, let's bring back into the conversation Ali Raza. Ali, thanks for standing by for us there. I just want to ask you, how significant you think the banking sector is as far as the Saudi economy is concerned? Pretty central, isn't it?
Of course, Tom. The banking sector is responsible for the development of any economic powerhouse. The availability of capital, the flow of capital, it's the sector that will enable every one of the economic development initiatives underway. And Saudi Arabia is certainly no exception. As of last year, the total bank credit was sitting around north of 3 trillion Saudi riyal, and consistently growing at a rate of around 27% year on year. What we're seeing as well is, and I think this is the really interesting aspect of the financial sector in Saudi Arabia. You have a nation which is rich with resources, that is relatively developed, that is on an very, very ambitious mission to develop a broad range of sectors, to see a number of giga projects through to completion. You've got the perfect mix. It's the perfect storm for capital markets to play an accelerant role. We're seeing the fintech sector develop at record pace, for example. Recently, the Saudi fintech Lendo secured a $690 million facility from JP Morgan to lend to SMEs. Earlier on, I mentioned that half of SMEs are now owned by women in Saudi Arabia, nearly half of all SMEs. There's an increase in appetite for starting SMEs. Nearly 2 in 4 Saudi adults have indicated that they would consider starting a business in the next 4 years. So you have this broad base of development and ambition. People are coming to the markets to build businesses. We're seeing infrastructure develop. We are seeing expats come to the region. We are seeing foreign investors come into the region, and the banking sector not only the current sector that's already in place, the institutions that are doing an incredible job and have been around for decades, but we are seeing now foreign banks, major Wall Street names, set up their regional headquarters in region. So when you aggregate all of these changes and these developments, and you consider that all of that financial power will be flowing through such a broad base of economic and industrial development, and even more so societal development and uprising, that I think is that's the true reflection of how powerful the banking sector is. Because of course the capital markets or the financial services enterprises, they are a major contributor to GDP and commercial activity, but combining that with the broad-reaching development that's taking place across the nation, I think that's what we need to look at to understand the significance.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll come back to you in just a minute. Moving on now, the global management consultancy firm Arthur D. Little has just conducted a survey of 18 major Saudi banks. Well, the findings of this survey reveal that while the sector is progressing in many areas, there are some challenges. Well, let's find out more, and we can speak to Rezwan Shafiq, who is the principal at Financial Services of Arthur D. Little Middle East, who authored this report. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Rezwan. I wanted to start by asking you about what you discovered with your report and what it is that make the banking sector of Saudi Arabia different from banking sectors in other countries.
Thanks for having me, Tom. The Saudi banking sector is different in a few ways. One of which is the spread between rural population of banking clients versus the cosmopolitan city-based hubs like Riyadh and Jeddah. They have very different needs, and as a result, the demand of their banks are materially different. What our survey found is that in both rural and city-based settings, you have a customer base that still want a significant portion of their interaction with their bank to be phygital in some way, shape, or form, meaning they want a digital experience, but they also have that relationship requirement with their banker. It's something that's very important to Saudis. Having said that, rural customer bases require a slightly different service in that they are less technologically advanced in terms of digital adoption. They are more reliant on banks, and financial literacy isn't quite as high as you would see in the cities. In the cities, however, you still have people that will say, no, I have a relationship with my bank and I really like that. And there are certain activities there, for example, wealth management, or even discussing a mortgage, that they are not quite yet comfortable in doing purely digitally. They want a part digital experience, perhaps to kick off a mortgage application digitally, but they still want and value the relationship that they've got with their banker, because I think there's a cultural difference in Saudi compared to other markets, which is business is done with a huge amount of trust rather than in a transactional manner.
Okay, Rezwan. I wanted to ask you, given that the majority of the population of Saudi Arabia seems to be pretty digitally savvy, pretty tech savvy, isn't it just a matter of time before Saudi Arabia becomes like other developed markets where people are altogether pretty comfortable online?
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. I think it is a matter of time. Having said that, if you look beyond Saudi Arabia and compare the digital banking market globally, there is a limit to what customers are willing to do digitally. So you're right. Saudi Arabia is probably more digitally savvy with a much younger general population than many other nations around the world. So they know how to do things digitally. They're very well aware of that. But there is a need for a hybrid model where certain discussions that they want to have cannot just be simply on an app. I'll give you an example, right? We found a significant percentage of our respondees for our survey, 35% above, actually prefer discussing their mortgages physically rather than going through an app. These are things that they perhaps find a little bit complicated, they're nervous about it, and what they really want is a human touch. And that's where the key aspect of, high touch in a low touch environment really kicks in. And one of the things that you have to really think about as a bank is, how do I service that need of a customer wanting high touch, but leverage the low touch of digital banking?
Okay, Rizwan, that's really interesting. And I also wanted to ask you, how do you think Vision 2030 has been influencing the pace of change in the banking sector there in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's massively fast-tracked, the financial education, the digitization of Saudis, generally speaking, but specifically in the banking sector, is really turbocharged. The transition towards, financial literacy, but also digital adoption. Right? Will I see in 5 years' time an environment in Saudi Arabia where there is no banks on the high street? No. Right? And I don't think that's the objective that banks should be going for, because that's what our survey is telling you, is that customers don't want that. What they want is continued focus on customer journey, and the banks have done a wonderful job actually in really thinking about customer centricity, hyper-personalization. There's more to do, but they've done quite a bit already. But what they're really suggesting to us via the survey is the back end needs to catch up to the front end. So they're very happy with a digital journey that they've got. Vision 2030, again, has accelerated many things, one of them being is digital readiness. But what they're really frustrated with is the back end, when you go into a bank or something goes wrong on the digital journey, hasn't quite caught up with the investment that they've made in customer friendliness on the app.
Okay, now, Rizwan, there are a couple of challenges that you outline in this Arthur D. Little report relating to the banking sector there in Saudi. There are a couple of them. One of them was workforce readiness. I wondered why you highlighted that. What's the issue there?
Yeah, it's a good segue from my last point. What we really did is we looked at the fact that Saudi Arabia has a really digitally savvy population, but adoption wasn't 100% or anywhere near close to it. So we said, well, what's going on? What's stopping these customers from basically just going full on digital banking? And what's stopping the satisfaction rate, the net promoter scores, to be higher than they currently are across the board? And what we realize is, well, maybe something's going on in the banks as well as, on the customer side. Maybe there's a disconnect between what the customers want and what the banks are giving, and vice versa. Right? And the key point that we're highlighting in training is basically with the staff themselves that work in the banks. How digitally savvy are you? Right? So we know that the customers that they're dealing with are very savvy. We know that there's some great apps out there that's really making the digital journey wonderful. But then what happens in the back end is the tools required to give a seamless omni-channel experience for a client, which basically means that, hey, I can go to a web page, I can go to an app, I can go to a branch, and I'll have the same experience or the same level of experience. That's not really supported by the banks, where training is probably lacking a little, where the toolings are quite not there yet, and perhaps the investments in some areas on the technical support side hasn't really filtered through from the digital transformation journeys that banks have put in.
Okay, so that is the challenge of workforce readiness that you highlighted for us there. We won't go through all the challenges you highlight, but let's go to one more. System integration, something that you single out as being a challenge for the banking sector there in Saudi Arabia. How does that challenge manifest itself? What's the solution?
Yeah, it's a great point you picked up on. If I garnish that with an example, right? I start onboarding myself onto a digital platform and something goes wrong. Right, but so far I've got an online platform where my KYC is done, my ID checks are done in a very seamless fashion. I go into a branch and all of a sudden I need 3 years of bank statements or, some proof of address in a very old-fashioned way, if you like, right? So that suggests that the integration of systems that have been embedded into the front end does not represent the same systems that are in the back end when you walk into a branch. A branch customer services representative cannot see what's been happening in the app. And what that basically leads to is a fragmentation of a user experience, right? What they want is they want a seamless journey, no matter what channel that they're using, no matter what channel that they're communicating with the bank with. And they need to be live, they need to talk to each other, and they need to be up to date in where the customer is within that bank's ecosystem.
Okay, Rizwan. I mean, you carried out a survey on 18 major banks there in Saudi Arabia. I'm just wondering, out of the 18, were there some that stood out as being exemplary, did you find?
No, there was a few. Absolutely. There are a few that have done some, that are further ahead on the user experience side. There were a few that were further ahead on the branch side, as an experience side, if you like, right? But I think what the point that we in ADL are promoting is that we have to think about banking in a different way. It's not just, are you a really good digital bank, or do you have a really good digital experience, or do you have a really good branch experience? You have to have both. So what we're promoting is, a hub and spoke model where you really look at the purpose of a branch, right? And think about, okay, how can I service the needs of the clients that I have today, but also will have tomorrow. So it's that whole hybrid model of, yes, the clients want digital experiences that are wonderful, but they also equally want certain things in branch that are actually quite different to what they use the digital apps for. And at the moment, I don't think we've seen anyone really stand out on all aspects, which is where the opportunity lies.
Okay, what were the report's main recommendations then for the Saudi banking sector as a whole?
Yeah, I won't go through all of them. There was a few, of course. I think the top three is, one, we have to look at the back-end infrastructure and make sure that it's seamless with the front-end apps, right? So we have to have integration. We have to leverage the same systems of front and back, right? So the customer gets the same experience and the customer feels that the bank is in command of their data, command of their account, command of their user experience. The second, I think, is when it comes to the bank employees themselves. We would really highly recommend training and investment in making sure that the digital savviness that we expect of our customers are also replicated internally into the bank, that they have the right tools to service their customers, and they feel confident digitally that they can have a very robust conversation with their clients when there's a problem. And I guess third is marrying all that together. Look at branches differently. And digital isn't a panacea to get rid of branches. Your customers still want branches, but how they use the branch versus what you're providing in branches perhaps needs to be looked at with a fresh pair of eyes.
Okay, Rizwan, lastly, any quick fixes?
Quick fixes are always hard. It's always on a case-by-case basis. I would say, to be honest, that training your staff, I think, is relatively a low-hanging fruit, right? They are really interested in servicing their clients incredibly well, but perhaps haven't had the training and the investments of time to basically marry these big, large programs that most banks have done on the digital user journey side, right, with their day job. So I think that's quite a low-hanging fruit that I think every bank should consider. If they're not already doing it, why not?
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed to you, Rizwan Shafiq. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Meanwhile, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, ESCWA, recently published a report which focuses on financial inclusion across the region. Well, perhaps the most striking figure to emerge from this report is this: 64% of adults in the Arab region are excluded from formal financial systems. This means they are essentially locked out of economic opportunity. Well, the data shows sharp rural-urban divides. But the good news is that when it comes to active financial engagement, Saudi Arabia stands out with relatively high scores. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to the Esquire Economic Affairs Officer, Mario Jallis, who's the lead author of this report. Mario, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Saudi Arabia does well in some areas relative to the rest of the region. In which areas in particular are you seeing Saudi Arabia excel?
First of all, thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be with you. And as for your question, one of the main areas where Saudi Arabia has excelled is on digital financial services. It has gone beyond its peers in the region and has achieved very high levels of access to financial services. The recent report published by Esquire, the Annual SDG Review 2025, shows that Saudi is actually a regional leader in financial inclusion. And together with Bahrain, it has the highest levels, the highest scores in the Esquire Financial Inclusiveness Index. This is a sign that a lot of strong policy, a lot of strong investments in digital infrastructure and digital innovation have been put in place to make this a possibility.
Okay, so would you say that's the main reason why the kingdom has done so well in this particular area, in the sort of digital area?
So the digital aspect is a big aspect. One of the other areas in which the region does better than some of its neighboring countries is in relation to financial literacy. Financial literacy is, low levels of financial literacy is a major problem throughout the Arab region. But in the Gulf countries, and particularly in Saudi Arabia, while it remains a problem, it's not as widely present as in some of the other countries. And by financial literacy, I mean that a large portion of the society usually does not know how to use financial services. So Saudi Arabia has recognized this early on and has established a program for financial literacy, which aims to educate those vulnerable groups that don't have access to financial services and help them building their capacity in using the financial services. So this is also another area in which much has been achieved. But going back, I would say, to the Vision 2030 that was put in place in 2016 by the Saudi government, that was a major game changer because at that point, the Saudi government recognized that moving towards a cashless society and investing in digital inclusion was a primary way to move forward in the financial sector. And it's now collecting some dividends from this decision.
One of the issues that's raised right across your report, and not just with relation to Saudi Arabia, is the idea of underserved communities, particularly highlighting something we've talked about with other guests, the difference between people who live in urban areas, people who live in regional areas, perhaps outside of urban communities. How is the Saudi banking sector reaching out to sort of the underserved communities?
Well, one of the ways that this is being done by some banks is, for example, by establishing specific branches that address specific groups. There are banks that have SMEs or SME-centric branches. So by SME, I mean small and medium-sized enterprises. And this has increasingly been successful in reaching out to those small businesses that normally have a problem or have a more difficult time in seeking loans from these banks. And one of the ways to do this is to be more flexible about loan applications and finding solutions that do not match what a standard transaction would be towards traditional larger businesses. And part of this sometimes is related to having loan repayment formulas that are different from the standard ones, which has also been successful in reaching out to some of the SMEs. However, some major problems still remain, and one of them is related to the gender gap. So the Arab region and Saudi Arabia both have a very large gender gap. And by a gender gap, I mean a large difference between the share of women that have a bank account and the share of men that have a bank account. Particularly for Saudi Arabia, only 63% of women have a bank account, while 81% of men have a bank account. So there's an 18 percentage point difference between the two. And this is among the highest in the entire world. So despite progress, we see that the gender gap remains there. One other area that I would cite where much progress is still needed is related to persons with disabilities. So there has been a lot of progress in Saudi Arabia, especially in digital finance. But we see that this digital finance has not always taken into account the needs of persons with disabilities, and accessibility is a major issue. Some recent studies that covered 32 fintech websites in Saudi Arabia concluded that none of them were fully accessible for persons with disabilities. So if we want to really be fully inclusive, we should be thinking of all people, including persons with disabilities. So accessibility should be integrated from the very beginning.
Okay, and just to pick up on what you were saying a moment ago about digital payments, and in Saudi Arabia, of course, has seen a sharp increase in the number of digital payments. I mean, basically, we're talking here of a really good example of the democratization of the banking system thanks to technology.
Exactly. And also behind this, there's an action not only of the banks, but of the central bank and the government by instituting policies that push towards that. So a few years ago, the payment system in Saudi Arabia was much less decentralized, and there was less structure into it. And with the regulatory reforms that have been introduced and the new payment systems made it much more easier across the board for digital payments. And also the complementary actions of the government to bring further strength to the system by, for example, making it mandatory to have digital payment in certain sectors like taxis and fuel stations or retail. So this also has provided some additional push into the digitalization. And one final aspect I could also cite is the government itself in its actions has also been promoting financial inclusion. For example, by making social protection payments or wages conditional on being registered and having a bank account. So this has also pushed for digitalization of the system. And by doing that, encouraging the users to also use payments in their everyday life. So it has been shown by studies that once you receive your salary or your pension through digital services, that you're more likely to also use digital services when you make your purchases.
We're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Mario Jallis, lead author of that ESQA report. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring Ali Reza back into the conversation. Ali, you were just listening in with me there. And having looked as well at the report, I mean, good to see, isn't it, that Saudi Arabia leading the way when it comes to financial engagement, according to that report?
Yes, of course, Tom. And, naturally this, I would say, perhaps like many others, is a consequence of the broad reforms and economic development that's taking place across the region. We've spoken on a number of occasions about the fact that the Vision 2030 initiative and all of the changes that have come with it span far beyond just industrial and economic development. Although one of the core tenets of the vision is to diversify away from the oil economy, the consequences are far-reaching. There is a specific program, one of the 11, for quality of life in Saudi Arabia. There is a specific program for human capability development. And on the subject of financial inclusion, financial inclusion the subject of financial inclusion cannot simply be limited to a conversation in which we're discussing the financial sector. It's a life cycle that we have to be conscious of. As of last year, nearly half of all SMEs are now owned by women in Saudi Arabia. And go back just a few short years, in 2017, this number was 17%. Now, this is the SME sector. The labor force participation rate of females in the workforce has increased to a similar degree. The increased participation and active involvement on economic, social, and industrial aspects of society by women, this is having a natural impact on the financial inclusion, which is what we're discussing now. Similarly, we're seeing consequences across the region resulting from other initiatives. There's enormous effort towards developing rural areas into thriving hubs. The Saudi Downtown Company, which is responsible for turning 12 regions within Saudi Arabia into thriving hubs, is playing an incredible role in we hear about Riyadh and Jeddah and all those sort of key places in the mega projects, but there's a lot of work being done around the region. So in the rural areas, we'll see a lot of development of a similar nature. Now, these are all of the things that will contribute additionally to financial inclusion. Our guests previously spoke about some of the regulatory aspects, the social aspects, all very relevant. But I think this development that we're seeing across the nation, this is what's going to drive that ultimate inclusion.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ali. And interesting, isn't it, to see in both of those conversations this issue of differences in attitudes between rural and urban dwelling people, echoed in both those conversations. Thanks for that. We'll be back in a minute. Now, we talk a lot about the year 2030 on this programme. That, of course, in the context of Vision 2030, which is Saudi Arabia's economic diversification plan. But there is, of course, Expo 2030 taking place that very same year. Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, PIF, has just announced a new unit which will be responsible for building and operating the facilities for the World Fair. The Expo will cover an area of 6 million square metres, close to Riyadh's future King Salman International Airport. And Expo 2030 Riyadh is projected to attract more than 40 million visits. I mean, Ali, you're standing by for us there, and, Vision 2030 is one part of 2030, Expo 2030 another big part of that year. I mean, what sort of a contribution will it make to the Saudi economy, do you think?
Tom, it's estimated that the Expo 2030 event is going to add around $64 billion to the GDP of Saudi Arabia, and directly or indirectly create north of 170,000 jobs. Now, take into account the fact that we are inviting the world to come and appreciate and enjoy and participate in everything that's been going on in the nation, and even more so to come and exhibit their own nations and really, bring a global population together. That in the backdrop of all of the development taking place in Riyadh, across the country, all of the development that's taking place across the different industries, hospitality. I mean, it's really, there's the economic impact, which is very, very significant, but the social impact and the societal impact of, this kind of event, I think will be unmatched. So it will truly be one of the most exciting things I think we'll see in the region.
Okay, a very big thank you to Ali Riza, Strategic Advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. And thanks to you as well for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Airbus is considered one of the leading names in the global aviation industry and a fierce competitor to its American rival, Boeing. Founded in 1970 and headquartered in Toulouse, France, Airbus operates manufacturing plants and engineering centers across several European countries, most notably France, Germany, and Spain. Here at the Paris Air Show, Airbus has announced major deals with airlines in the Middle East, including Riyadh Air, Saudia, Flynas, and others. To discuss this topic further, we are joined by Mr. Wouter van Wersch, Head of International Affairs at Airbus, to learn more about the company's priorities and the strategic partnerships it is currently developing in our region. Welcome, Wouter.
Hello, Leigh.
We will begin the interview with the recent developments unfolding in the region and the Middle East, particularly the escalating situation between Iran and Israel. Does the political situation in the Middle East, particularly the war between Iran and Israel, affect you directly or indirectly?
It's still a bit early to speak definitively on the matter, but it's clear that this region is extremely important to us. As you know, we have a strong presence here, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've been operating there for more than 40 years, with around 400 employees, 40% of whom are local staff. And we've witnessed tremendous growth. We have a strong partnership, and the Vision 2030 launched by His Royal Highness is truly remarkable. At Airbus, we genuinely want to contribute to it. As you may have seen during the air show this week, we dedicated Monday as Saudi Arabia Day, and it was filled with exciting announcements. Yes, the political situation is complex, especially geopolitically due to ongoing conflicts, but we must learn to live with it, and we continue to strongly believe in the importance of this region.
What are the most significant contracts signed recently with airlines in the Middle East? And are there any new agreements expected in the near future?
We currently have around 200 aircraft operating in Saudi Arabia, and we already have a strong order book that includes 350 aircraft. Just this week, on Monday to be specific, we added more aircraft to our backlog through two fantastic agreements. The first with Avalon for the supply of A321neo and A320 aircraft, and the second for A350 freighter aircraft, which is Airbus's latest cargo plane. In addition, Riyadh Air announced a new order for 50 A350-1000 aircraft. These will be the first A350s to enter the kingdom. That brings us to a total of 127 new aircraft, a truly impressive and exciting number. We're extremely proud of the trust placed in us by both companies. Of course, our relationship with Saudi Airline goes way back. It was truly a wonderful day that significantly deepened the bonds of friendship between Saudi Arabia and Airbus, and we're very proud of that.
What has been the real impact of the trade wars on Airbus so far, particularly in terms of your relationships with international partners?
Naturally, we prefer stability. And it's clear that what's happening now with pricing is making the situation much more complex. As you know, supply chains have still not fully recovered since the COVID pandemic. We have a massive backlog of more than 8,600 aircraft that we must deliver in the coming years, so we truly need a stable environment. Airbus is in a good position. We have excellent aircraft, and we're focused on delivering them to our customers. We're closely monitoring price fluctuations as they naturally affect the entire industry. That said, we're a flexible company, and we're taking the necessary decisions to ensure this does not impact our customers, which is the most important thing for us. We want to continue delivering aircraft to airlines, as well as military aircraft, helicopters, and satellites. Our goal is to empower our partners to carry out their operations in the best possible way.
What are Airbus's priorities in the Middle East and Africa for 2025 and 2026? And what growth prospects do you anticipate in these markets?
If we look at air traffic, it's the main driver of our industry, especially in this region. Each year, we estimate the size of the market for the next 20 years, and we announced our latest figures just last week. Interestingly, the global air traffic growth forecast stands at 3.6% annually over the next 2 decades, while in the Middle East and Africa, it's projected at 5.6%, reflecting massive demand for aircraft. That's precisely why this region is so strategic for us. As I mentioned earlier, we have a strong presence here, and Saudi Arabia's vision, backed by the Public Investment Fund, offers us tremendous opportunities. We aim to enhance our local capabilities in the commercial aviation sector, and we also see promising opportunities in defense. Saudi Arabia, for example, has the second largest MRTT fleet after Europe. We also believe the A400M military transport aircraft would be a great fit for the kingdom. Additionally, there are more than 100 helicopters currently operating in the country. Our ambition is to manufacture the first made in Saudi Arabia H-145 helicopter in partnership with the local ecosystem to serve both the kingdom and the broader region. We have great confidence in the capabilities of the local human capital and are looking forward to further collaboration to achieve this remarkable growth.
What strategic partnerships is Airbus currently developing in the region? Are there any notable industrial or technological collaborations underway?
As you know, we always have multiple projects underway across various sectors: aircraft, helicopters, satellites. We're constantly working to develop and improve our current platforms, while at the same time preparing the next generation of technologies. The environmental aspect is a major priority for us. We're working on improving aircraft performance in collaboration with engine manufacturers, and we're placing special emphasis on sustainable aviation fuel. I believe Saudi Arabia can play a major role in this area, as can the entire region. We're not only focused on current technologies, we're also investing in the future. As you may know, we've announced our plan to launch a hydrogen-powered aircraft by 2040. We continue to innovate and develop in order to redefine the future of aviation. And we believe this should be a collective effort, one that involves all of us.
Thank you, Wouter.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Explosions in Qatar's capital Doha tonight as Iran targets US air bases following America's weakened attacks on nuclear sites. NATO allies agree to a 5% defence budget increase as leaders gather for the Hague summit. And the Tesla robotaxi is finally launched as it hit the roads in Austin, Texas. Iran has fired missiles at Qatar tonight in retaliation to the US attack on their nuclear bases at the weekend. Iran's Tasnim news agency confirmed the operation was called Annunciation of Victory. The strike came hours after Qatar closed its airspace amid safety fears. Qatar says no casualties have been reported, but it strongly does condemn the attack. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. So Israel threatened to retaliate, Michael.
Iran threatened to retaliate. I do apologise to everyone. After the weekend, now we know Iran has retaliated. What's the latest?
According to the protocols of the global community, Iran played by the rules. They said that they would retaliate. They gave warning that they would retaliate, and they did retaliate. And they did it in about as acceptable a way as you would hope. The key now will be if the U.S. will let it lie or if they feel they will have to respond to this retaliation.
So what was interesting, news we're getting about that retaliation, is the New York Times reports Iran informed Qatar in advance of the strikes of U.S. bases. So we know, Gemma, Qatar closed its airspace earlier today. But Iran, of course, well, as I just said, gave them a heads up, if reports are to believe, about these attacks.
Yeah, so Qatar has closed its airspace, and so has Bahrain and Kuwait. Yes, we've been told that there was a heads-up given. We don't know when it was given. Was it given before the missiles were launched? Was it given when the missiles were in the air? But it was given, so we know that was done. They've been very keen to point out that their argument is not with Qatar, who they called their friendly and brotherly neighbour, but Qatar has said it does reserve the right to respond. Now, there's 8,000 citizens at the US airbase, working in and around. So there's US and UK citizens been told to shelter in place, not as a all-out warning, but more as a, let's be aware about the situation and what's going on. And obviously the airport has closed in Doha, Hamad International, and it's one of the top 10 busiest airports in the world. So obviously flights diverted, and these guys see like 140,000 passengers a day. So the knock-on effect for that is still going to be felt.
So it's a significant moment right now, isn't it, in the crisis that we've been seeing happening, Michael, and Udaydah, as you also said, struck. And I was just thinking right now, for people who are living in Qatar and living in the Middle East, that feeling, how are you feeling? Have you heard from anybody in Qatar?
So I lived in Doha for 4 years, and I lived in the Pearl, which is something similar to Dubai's Marina. It's a very expat-filled community. It's right on the water. It's very Western in many ways. Doha has many conservative areas, but the Pearl is not like that at all. And the people that I spoke to on the Pearl said that they could see the rockets coming in, and then, of course, them being shot down by the defense systems in Qatar. So it is not something that is just what you would see on social media. This was real for a lot of people. And when you're living in the GCC, in Doha and Dubai in particular, I think people feel a false sense of safety. And this is about as real as it gets. And a lot of people experienced it firsthand. Fortunately, nobody was injured, but it is a little bit scary. And I know that people that I would have worked with there, as well as people who I work with here, receiving messages from family back home asking if everything's okay.
And I wonder, Gemma, because I'm receiving messages from back home, everyone asking me, is everything okay? What's the latest? And I think a lot of us weren't expecting this missile strike on Qatar, even though Iran was warning it. It seems a little bit of a shock, really, for us.
It is, even if it is expected, it's still a shock. I was in Qatar for the World Cup. So thinking about all those places that I was visiting, and now people are frightened and there's missiles going overhead, is quite crazy from that point of view. But yeah, I think everyone's been getting phone calls and messages from home, asking what's going on. And obviously flights are being stopped as well. I think British Airways have stopped flights to Dubai. And obviously that brings Dubai's name into the mix. And Dubai is quite a headline-making, city. So that's kind of increased headlines around the world. People are wanting to know what's going on. But obviously, with US bases around the Middle East, we were expecting an attack, but you didn't know, was it going to be Bahrain, was it going to be Egypt? You know, we didn't actually know where it was actually going to happen.
But let's just go back, because obviously all of us woke up to the news yesterday morning, Sunday morning, that the US had struck these 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Donald Trump said within 2 weeks. It probably happened sooner than a lot of people were expecting. But where do we find ourselves now, Michael, in the situation in the Middle East? There's been so much talk about how much damage has really been done to the nuclear sites. Has Iran managed to move out a lot of that enrichment material? Or is it all about regime change? There seems to be so many questions as we are in the fog of war.
So I think what you have to remember is that you have 2 players at the table, and Israel on the outskirts. You have the U.S. right now, and you have the Iranians. And the Iranians know that the main player in this is the U.S. If they can get the U.S. on side, then that will stop the Israelis from doing whatever it is that they want to do. And I think that, you know, the Iranians feel betrayed from a diplomatic point of view, which is what the foreign minister had said. And they also understand that they need to make sure that they engage with the Americans, and they need to prove to the Americans that they are going to be willing to negotiate. Now, they say that they were negotiating in good faith. The Americans, I don't know if the Americans believe that or not. It seems as though they didn't, because they went ahead and they bombed the 3 nuclear facilities. But moving forward, what's going to have to happen is that they're going to have to hopefully stop the escalation. They're going to have to de-escalate, and they're going to have to then actually agree to meet and have some real negotiations.
But I mean, how much bargaining chips do they have? You know, what does Iran have? If it goes into negotiations now, it's going to be a difficult conversation for them. They almost feel like in some ways they're being pushed into the back of the wall right now, and it's how to respond to that. But Gemma, I've been speaking to a lot of people that I've been interviewing about regime change in Iran and the possibility of that. We know Marco Rubio over in the US was pretty adamant that wasn't going to happen. Donald Trump kind of hinting at it on Truth Social.
It was less a hint, really. It was regime change with lots of exclamation marks, which he's not a subtle man. So, there's a lot of confusion. I mean, I think a couple of times now he's mentioned regime change. But that's kind of in opposition to what the Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth, and Vice President Vance have both said. It's not about regime change. So either that's a disagreement or there's a communication failure.
No, and I would agree. Yeah. I think that really stands out. And I don't know if we can bring Michael into the conversation, but we hear the likes of Hegseth and J.D. Vance talking, and they say Americans want this attack to be one and done. Yeah, one and done. And that's what they're saying. We've gone in precise attacks. We knew exactly where we were going. Now we're back in America. We're out. But is that realistic?
I don't think it is realistic. I also don't think that there's, I've talked about this many times, I don't think that the U.S. administration has a long-term strategy. You know, there's what you're going to do before, and then there's what you're going to do the day of, and then what are you going to do the day after. And I think one of the biggest faults of the American administrations over the decades is that when they do go in somewhere, they don't have a game plan in place for what's next.
But falling on America's side here slightly, this probably came as a surprise to them too.
But why could you not have put the brakes on the Israelis and said, we need to have proper sit-down negotiations? I know what happened. Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, were adamant that now was the moment, not because Iran is close to perfecting a nuclear bomb. It's because all of the proxies in the region are weaker. Hamas is weaker. Hezbollah is pretty much decimated. Syria was an ally. Assad is gone. The Russians are completely involved with what's going on in the Ukraine, and the Russians traditionally would have sided with the Iranians. Now was an opportunity that the Israelis saw where they could strike at Iran and there would be minimal repercussions. They did that. They did that for about a week, and then the Americans came in and they dropped the big loads. And the Iranians now are pushed into a corner, as you said earlier. Their backs are against the wall, but they now need to somehow figure out a way to get the Americans to believe that they're prepared to have serious conversations. And the Americans, in turn, are going to have to somehow allow the Iranians to save a little bit of face and come to the negotiating table as equals.
Which is going to be interesting to see play out, because Iran's foreign minister was in Russia today asking for Russia's help. Russia condemned the US strikes on Iran, but didn't offer any concrete, help, because obviously Russia might not be in the position right now. They've got a war going against Ukraine. But it just seems to be, of course, the axis of resistance has been weakened for Iran. But it's like, where do we go next? That's the confusing question.
Well, Khamenei has talked about everlasting consequences, hasn't he? Like, the rhetoric is still, could be a forever war, irrespective of, what happens. And I think even if there is a diplomatic solution found, I still don't believe that will lead to peace between them.
This is one of the issues that the Iranians have, is that the language is always very bombastic. Traditionally, it's, it's death to America, right? Death to Israel. And one of their weaknesses is that there isn't, for Trump, it's make America great again. For the Iranians, they don't have make Iran great again.
Trump did say that today.
Yeah, he's tried to make that happen.
Yes.
He's trying to make that point.
Absolutely he is. And I think that when we're talking about regime change, the big question is, all right, who? And there isn't that who's next. There are different people who would say different people, but there isn't the obvious choice. And I think that's one of the big issues. And, everybody thought that once Saddam was gone, the world would be a safer place. And of course, it turned out not to be the case. And I would want this is where it's frustrating that the American administration does not have a clear-cut strategy where they bring people together, they tell them what they're going to do, they have many conversations, publicly and privately, as they're trying to lay out the plan, the strategy, and then you try to poke holes into that strategy, so hopefully it becomes stronger and stronger, and then you start to involve others and more members of the global community. And there isn't any of that. And when there isn't any of that, it's not because they're trying to be secret, it's because, in my humble opinion, I don't think that they know what's next.
But as we have seen this evening, Iran has hit back at this US airbase in Qatar. No casualties as of yet, but 11 days of conflict. We're still in this crisis at the moment and what seems to be unfolding in the Middle East. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to another story. It's actually related in many ways. World leaders are preparing to appear at the NATO summit in The Hague this week with a focus on increasing defence spending to 5%. Earlier today, the alliance's Secretary General, Mark Rutte, said the new baseline from allies would mean thousands more tanks and armoured vehicles. Just take a listen to what he had to say.
The defence investment plan that allies will agree in The Hague introduces a new baseline, 5% of GDP to be invested in defence. This is a quantum leap that is ambitious, historic and fundamental to securing our future. But let me give you a few examples of what we will invest in. A 5-fold increase in air defence capabilities, because we see Russia's deadly terror from the skies over Ukraine every day. And we must be able to defend ourselves from such attacks.
So, Gemma, we just heard from Mark Rutte there, 5% defence increase. That's a lot.
Ambitious is right.
Very ambitious.
Yes.
And really, I feel like it's come from President Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. I think the world is probably in agreement with that. Have all NATO allies now agreed to this substantial rise?
It is substantial. You're right that this was driven by Trump and Hegseth. But obviously, Rutte is friends with Trump, so he was, fully backing it as well. So all members have, but they also haven't. It's a bit of a complex issue. So all 32 members have agreed on this. But Spain has asked for a change in wording so that if they don't meet the goal, that there's no there aren't any repercussions anyway. This isn't legally binding. If people don't meet the percentage, it's not like they get kicked out of NATO or anything like that. So what's interesting to know is that there are some members who still haven't reached the 2% GDP. Now, that goal was set a decade ago. So to set a goal of 5% by 2035 is incredibly ambitious. The UK also looks like it's not going to achieve that goal. They're still not at 3%. So it's a huge reach, for sure. I wonder if a lot of the members did it through gritted teeth, but also to keep Trump on side, to keep him sweet, to keep him happy. And it has made him happy because over the years he has expressed a lot of discontent with NATO. In his first term, he told them all that they owed America so much money, and he was quite sort of angry because he told the Europeans, you only, you provide 30% of NATO funding. So, from his point of view, he feels they're not pulling their weight financially.
And I think in his first term, Germany never, in his opinion, did enough. So remember, he always had a bit of tension with Angela Merkel back in those days. But really, Michael, right now, I feel like everywhere we look on the news has been dominated by the situation happening in Iran. We know this NATO summit is happening. Ukraine was meant to be heavily up there on the agenda, but I think it's possibly overshadowed now.
I don't see how it cannot be overshadowed. I think you and I disagree with this. You don't think that Trump will go to NATO?
I don't think Trump will go to NATO. No, I can't. I actually would be surprised if he goes to NATO. I wouldn't be surprised if he sends the likes of Pete Hegseth or J.D. Vance in the position, but I think Donald Trump right now is probably not in that position, or probably has bigger things to deal with than NATO in his mind.
So I think that I don't know if Trump will go or not. I also think that for NATO leaders, it will be disappointing if he doesn't go, because having an opportunity to speak to the vice president, I don't think is the same, because that would assume that the vice president would go back and tell Donald Trump, and I don't know that the president would necessarily care what his vice president has to say. I think if Donald Trump does go to the NATO summit, though, it's an opportunity for the NATO leaders to present a scenario where they can somehow explain to Donald Trump that the threat that Israel and the U.S. felt from Iran, and the wider global community as well, because of the potential of a nuclear weapon, that's what Europe feels by Russia and Vladimir Putin. I think they need to draw that correlation while this attack is fresh, so that Donald Trump has a better understanding about what it is that Europe and the Ukraine is dealing with on a daily basis.
So, we talk about NATO and we talk about this 5% of GDP increase in spending for the NATO countries. We've been speaking about this increase, I feel like, since Donald Trump's first term. He was pretty adamant that that was going to happen. NATO didn't prepare itself. They didn't prepare itself. They didn't get up their spending to what it was. So now we're saying, OK, 5% GDP by when, Gemma?
2035.
2035.
Yeah.
Hold on. Right now, we've got a war between Russia and Ukraine. We have this Middle East crisis happening. Are NATO just sort of behind the curve?
But I think, yes, they are. But we have to understand that what Donald Trump has done over the past few months is change 80 years of American foreign policy.
Yeah. But where are the European leaders?
But it didn't matter, though, because up till now, you had America always coming in to save what was perceived to be, or who was perceived to be, the good guy. So even if you were only spending 1%, I'm a Canadian, and if Russia attacks us in Canada, we are expecting the Americans to come to our rescue. And I think that the global community accepts that that would probably be the case. When the Americans have bases in the Middle East, and they have bases in Asia, and they have bases throughout Europe as well, the understanding is that you have those bases there so that you can help the host country.
I don't think, for all Trump's moaning about NATO, about they don't want to be the world police anymore, I think they secretly do want to be the world police because it's such a dominating position to be in. I honestly don't believe when they say, we're tired of saving you guys, or that kind of language. I believe that they actually love this position that they're in. And anyone who's in, like, the top dog position, they're allowed to let off steam every now and then, and sort of say, oh, this is annoying, we don't like this. But yes, I think ultimately as well, when it comes to NATO, Trump, as we've seen, he doesn't like to be in these big group events. You said earlier, I said he's America first. You said, no, he's me first, which is completely true. We've seen him grow tired of being surrounded by all this decision-making, which is making phone calls, and you'd think he'd love these deals, but he doesn't. He just wants
results.
to... Yes, exactly. He wants to be in and out.
He wants the headline.
He wants the headline.
And you said something, I'm going to interrupt you there for a second, because you said something really, really good, and I agree. I think that they do secretly want to be the world police. And I think if the Americans could, or if Donald Trump could somehow charge Germany a fee that they would have to pay every year, and Germany wouldn't have to spend any money on military, I think Donald Trump would be happy with that.
I'd choose that.
I'm not so sure about that. It would be interesting to... I think Germany, and in a lot of feelings in NATO, needs to pull its weight more. Germany is Europe's biggest economy.
Yes.
And it has never really lived up to the standard. I think it hits just the 2% target of NATO. And Germany could be doing a lot more, and I think that is the argument coming from Donald Trump as Europe's biggest economy.
But Germany, as Europe's biggest economy, as you rightly point out, have done an awful lot. And as a result of what they have done and the growth they've achieved, they've brought along so many other European nations.
Yeah.
Now, has it been spent where Donald Trump would like the Germans and the Europeans to spend it? No. But Joe Biden was fine with it. Barack Obama was fine with it. Bill Clinton was. Everybody else, for 80 years, they've been okay with it. And the truth is, in 4 more years, the Europeans, I'm sure the next president will be okay with it.
And I think Trump's argument is that NATO should look after itself and start spending more so that the US can concentrate more on the China side of things. That's the argument. I'm just putting it into play. But 5%, Gemma, Cold War levels.
Yeah, so this really interested me. So the 5% takes the GDP spend back to what was being spent during the Cold War. It's a very interesting fact, but it feels like a step backwards.
History always repeats
Yes,
itself,
it does.
dare I say it. But thank you so much. Very interesting conversation. And I don't want anyone to give me hate about saying Donald Trump's not going to go to the NATO summit. That's just a prediction. So don't take it as gospel. And we're going to move on to another story now. And Tesla have finally rolled out their long-awaited robo-taxis, which appeared on the roads of Austin, Texas this weekend. Tesla posted videos of invited guests who included influencers, shareholders and analysts to test ride out these new Teslas. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has congratulated the AI and chip design team for their decade of hard work. Okay, so there we are. What do you make of these robo-taxis, Gemma? And would you go on one? I don't actually know anything about them. I'm sorry.
Robo-taxis.
Yeah.
So we had this discussion earlier. Michael and I are on complete opposite sides of the coin here. I don't use ChatGPT.
Okay.
And I barely use self-service checkouts at the supermarket, both of which you're a huge fan of. So I actually disagree with the concept of the robo-taxi on kind of ideological grounds. Okay. I see driving as it's a huge job worldwide, whether you're delivering packages or people or food. It's a job that has quite sort of low barrier to entry. It's a job that we see people make careers out of, but also in the US as well, with the economy crunch, we're seeing teachers become drivers on the weekend, you know, become drivers in the evenings, doing DoorDash, doing deliveries to make extra money. And so I just see this as chipping away at a job that so many people do worldwide, and whether that is their career or it's their safety net. So I can only see this as Musk, the billionaire, chipping away at more jobs. That's how I see it. I'm not his biggest fan anyway. Would I get him one? No, I don't think any kind of self-driving has yet proven its safety worth.
I would probably be pretty nervous to get in one too. I'm not going to lie about that. But has Tesla completely, Michael, here missed the boat? Because this was meant to be launched in August. Well, it must have been August last year. Oh, I've lost my mind. But anyway, they're late to the game. Let's put it that way. There's so many rivals now. Is robo-taxi just one of the many?
So, yes, just one of the many. And that's okay. I would argue that it's okay not to be first, second, or even third. I
always want to be first.
That's because of your competitive spirit. I think what Musk has to do is focus on rehabilitating his image, making sure that he is able to bring some victories to Tesla and to some of his companies. He needs to prove, I think, to shareholders that he is a businessman who's focused on the businesses that he owns. I think he also needs to make sure that he doesn't have any big mistakes, which is why it's okay not to be the first with this. And I'm going to, as I do sometimes, give my age away. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, there was the Betamax, which was the home video format that everybody was interested in having. And
I'll join you in the age there, because we had a Betamax at home.
There you go. They were
had VHS.
Well, they were the first, and the consensus is that the quality of what you watched through Betamax was actually better than VHS. But VHS, either it was their marketing or whatever else they did, they were the ones that came out victorious. And I think Elon Musk needs to recognize that it's not about first, it's about getting it right. He needs to get his reputation right, and then he needs to make sure that he gets the cars right. And if he can somehow make sure that the global community starts to see him the way they did a couple of years ago, I think the robo-taxis will be fine.
Do you think he's neglected Tesla for a long time?
For sure.
For the White House and for SpaceX as well?
And for Starlink, I think he has so, and for X, I think he has so many businesses on the go. He has so many children. He has so many partners. He has an awful lot. He's stretched incredibly thin. And yet he needs to make sure that, again, the shareholders see him as a businessman who's able to turn around a business.
Or also concentrate on his core product. Because I think that's a lot of what's been going wrong. If you look at Elon Musk, like you said, he's got so many different strands that it's Tesla that was the beginning of it. And I do know that investors and shareholders were really keen for this robo-taxi to get going. You know, in Q1 earnings and forecasts that happened, it was a big disappointment to investors that the promise of the robo-taxi hadn't been fulfilled. So I think now is really the time, like you say, for Elon Musk just to get back to the core of his business. But I think it's difficult to bring a reputation back from the brink.
Tesla had so much goodwill. I remember just it was saving the environment. It was, you know, this electric vehicle, but it also had power. You know, it wasn't, you know, sort of just doing like 20 miles an hour.
Cool.
And yeah, and it looked great. It was sleek, it was new, it was fresh, and Musk was fresh and exciting. There's just been so much reputational damage done over the association with the White House and his sort of public behaviours, that I do think being a bit more low-key, you know, perhaps stepping out of the limelight a bit, I do think you can get that back, but you have to be seen to put the work in.
Yeah, and I think his core business is his reputation. And I think that's what he needs to work on the most. And if he can get back to that period when he was seen as this bit of wonderkind, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that might start to change the perception around him. But he's got a lot of work to do. I mean, everything from just a couple of weeks ago, it seems like it was so long ago, but a couple of weeks ago, he put out the tweet about Trump and the Epstein files, ended up taking it down and then apologizing. But this is the stuff, it's almost as though somebody needs to take his phone away from him so that he can't damage his reputation.
Yeah. I agree. I think Tesla used to have so much goodwill, and a lot of that was down to the fact that everyone really thought Elon Musk was the genius of our generation. Changing, you know, I also think electric vehicles, he made sort of, you know, being environmentally friendly quite glamorous.
He made it sexy.
He did.
Yeah.
Dare we say? Elon Musk, sexy. Wow.
No, Elon Musk, not sexy.
I was about to say Gemma. And finally, Michael and Gemma, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories for today. And Michael, I absolutely love this story. And it's about surfing dogs at Huntington Beach.
So this one I picked specifically for you because I know how much you care about your dogs. So the Purina Pure Plan Incredible Dog Challenge Western Regional Competition took place California, Huntington Beach, as you said. Petey the surf dog won for the second year in a row the small dog category.
Look at him on the
He
screen.
is a 6-year-old West Highland White Terrier. And in the large category, it was Koa, who is a female Labrador, 11 years old, also won for the second year in a row. And I really like the quote from Koa's trainer, who said that Koa has discovered her passion, and she's just like any Southern California kid who wants to surf.
Oh, I just think those pictures are so lovely, aren't they? We've had like a bit of a heavy news day, and just to see like wonderful little dogs
out surfing, yeah, why not?
But I was just thinking, how would you train a dog to surf? That is the mission, and especially a terrier, because I've got 2 terriers and they are law unto themselves.
Petey's going to have a target on his back as well. He's won 2 years in a row.
That's right, yes.
Someone's going to be training their dog for next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leigh Ann, you could spend your year.
Yes, I could indeed. Yeah, I'll have to find make waves in the bath, maybe, possibly.
And get started.
And get started. There we are. That is my mission. But Gemma, I think this is a great story. Police in London are searching for a stolen violin, and I just think this is just as British can be.
Yeah, this has been the make Leigh Ann laugh and finally section. So yeah, a violin worth over £150,000 is stolen from a London pub. Now it's 285 years old.
Wow.
It was made in Florence in 1740. And the owner said it's incredibly precious and priceless. Now there is CCTV footage of a man walking out of this pub with this almost 300-year-old violin. And it is very British that this person took their almost 300-year-old violin, priceless, to the pub, propped it up somewhere. Perhaps they'd just been at playing. Perhaps they'd been at rehearsals, because it belongs to a member of the London Philharmonic Orchestra.
Okay.
But I do think as well, Brits are so used to history. We are surrounded by it, castles and ruins and Stonehenge, that we can take it a little bit for granted. So I just assume that this person just thought, oh, I'm just going to stick my violin, my priceless violin, just there on the seat. And then someone's walked in and walked off with it.
I mean, I'm just going to say one thing. The English pub can get a little bit fun, can't it? Rowdy.
It can get a little bit rowdy, but it's not as well. what traditionally people steal from pubs is not a violin.
No,
so you have to wonder if this has been stolen to order. Had someone had their eye on it and, you know, this person has stepped in and taken it? But if they did, they didn't do a very good job of hiding their face because their face is all over CCTV. So you've got not a great burglar there, for starters, you know, if it has been stolen to order. But yes, someone was a bit too casual with their priceless violin.
Absolutely crazy. But I used to work in a pub for many years in London when I was studying at university. And the stuff that got stolen from the pub was just incredible.
Yes.
And very popular. Glasses obviously get stolen all the time. You know, as soon as you put a candle outside in the summertime, all the candles got stolen.
I'm sure the ashtrays go as well. Probably even bar stools, I think. If you create a big enough distraction, you can walk out with
I remember
anything.
always the pot plants, you know, they used to put the basket of pansies outside in the summer and it was gone. But I mean, what do you think of all of this? The violin?
I prefer a Canadian bar.
Well, where they don't steal anything.
Nobody steals anything.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay.
I think maybe it's because we're there to socialize and to have a
No, we're there to socialise. Just
and that's
to
it.
Are at the pub to socialise.
We're not there to take from the pub. And usually in bars in Canada, I don't think that there's anything worthwhile. And if you are so intoxicated, then you're so distracted that you're even less inclined to take something.
I have a story.
Are you sure you want to go down this road?
I'm going to go down this route. But I was in a bar once, and it was towards the end of the night, and I walked out, and there was a really beautiful vase on a shelf in the bar. So I went to pick it up, and it was glued on the shelf.
They were expecting you.
And I still remember that being probably one of the most embarrassing moments of my life, because everyone was completely judging me.
How long were you trying to get it up for, or did you discover it quite early on?
Like I did it once, and then I was like, oh, this is a bit tough. And then I did it again, and then I was like, oh my gosh, it's glued.
So that's an owner who obviously knew what was going to happen.
British
There's
pubs?
a lot of us. Yeah, we have to take you to a British pub.
Yeah.
Michael, you might leave with...
Don't bring your violin, though.
Yeah, don't bring a violin.
I'll bring a dog.
You might leave with a pot plant.
I'll bring a dog.
Bring a cello. No one's going to steal that.
Yeah, bring a dog and a cello. Not the karaoke kit, but thank you so much. Yeah, really great stories. And nice to always remember the London pubs.
Very nice. Trip down memory lane.
Yeah, definitely. So thank you to today's guest, Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. And just a reminder, Iran has fired missiles at Qatar tonight in retaliation to the US attack on their nuclear bases at the weekend. Iran's Tasnim news agency confirmed the operation was called Annunciation of Victory. The strike came hours after Qatar closed its airspace amid safety fears. Qatar says no casualties have been reported, but it does strongly condemn the attack. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
for in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's programme, for an 11th consecutive day, Israel and Iran exchange hostilities. But after the US attacked Iranian nuclear sites on Sunday, Iran's armed forces are now threatening to inflict, quote, serious, unpredictable consequences on the United States. We ask, is this the end of US involvement in the conflict or the beginning? Where and what might Tehran target next? And just how vulnerable are US interests in the region looking right now? Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest on what's been day 11 in the exchange of hostilities between Israel and Iran. Well, on Sunday, the United States weighed into the conflict, striking Iranian nuclear sites. President Donald Trump says that the strikes had, quote, obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, though the full impact on Iran's nuclear program is not yet clear. Well, Israel says it struck the Fordo nuclear facility again today in order to obstruct access routes to the site. Well, today, the Israeli military says it has carried out fresh air raids in the heart of Tehran with what the country's defense minister, Israel Katz, described as unprecedented force. Well, one Israeli strike hit a power supply system, triggering temporary outages in the Iranian capital. Meanwhile, in Israel, there have been scenes of people rushing to bomb shelters in Tel Aviv, where sirens have been sounding. Blasts have also been reported in the skies above Jerusalem. Well, let's find out more now about Sunday's operation, which was codenamed Operation Midnight Hammer. We can speak to Matthew Buckley, who is a former US Navy Top Gun pilot who joins us from Florida. Thank you very much indeed for being with us here on Al Arabiya English. Can I just start by asking you a very basic question? I mean, what your observations are about how that operation was carried out in the early hours of Sunday morning?
Absolutely, Tom. Thank you for having me. A near flawless operation and just an incredible demonstration of American military power and resolve. These aircraft took off from the middle of the heartland, flew 36 hours-ish round trip, delivering ordnance on time, on target, and returning safely. And the number one mission objective on our end is always 10 fingers and 10 toes. Everybody came home safely. No injuries or reported issues on our end. And to be honest with you, it sounds like on the Iranian end, they claim that there wasn't anybody there or taken out. So in a military operation such as this, if both sides technically can suffer no losses, but the strategic objectives be met, that's a pretty successful mission in my book.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about these aircraft, the B-2 stealth bombers. I mean, a very long way from the Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, all the way to Iran, all the way back again. That's 36 hours of flying. What makes these planes so special?
Tom, these are the most elite, capable aircraft on the planet. These bombers are just full of technology, stealth technology, and capabilities. So there are 2 crew members in these aircraft. And I want to remind you that they are sitting on an ejection seat. This is not a first-class airline seat. This is a hard ejection seat. I think that my longest flight in the F-18 Hornet was just over 8 hours, and it was extremely painful. They do have a small cot or bed in there and a microwave to maybe cook a little food. But this is an incredibly challenging mission. So not only did they have to fly into enemy airspace and deliver some ordnance, they had to refuel, I think it was close to 5 times. And in-flight refueling has its own challenges, especially at night or bad weather. So incredibly capable aircraft, and it really does demonstrate that there isn't anywhere on the world that these aircraft can't hit, and the enemy most likely isn't going to see anything coming.
Okay, so we understand there were 7 of these planes used, each one with a crew of 2. Just to be clear, I mean, a really basic question, but can they not be detected by anyone at all?
So before the bombers entered Iranian airspace, Tom, one of the aircraft that I flew and some other American 5th-generation fighters did what is called a sweep. So in front of the bombers, we had some of our aircraft actually go in and jam the enemy radars, the enemy communication systems, and they also targeted those surface-to-air missiles. So before the B-2s even entered bad guy airspace, the Iranians were left even more blind and not able to target these aircraft. Even if they did see them, they wouldn't have been able to return fire. But the B-2s, when they are flying their stealth profile, nobody's going to see them. You're not going to be able to see those on radar. But as I just alluded to, the Iranian radar was down and not operational.
Right, and they fly just below the speed of sound. I'm told that people communicate very little en route using those planes amongst each other, because there were 7 of these planes, as part of the strategy to obviously avoid detection. Does that sound right to you, that they probably weren't talking to each other too much unless strictly necessary?
So, Tom, one of the reasons that we brief these missions is that we can knock these out, calm out, or little, no communications at all. The only time we're talking over the radio during a mission like this is if or when something goes wrong. If everything's going as briefed, there's no need to talk over the radio. And obviously, Tom, there are a lot of sensors and communication equipment aboard the aircraft where we're getting messages to and from each other without having to transmit over the radio. And these are secure messages. For example, a lot of the fighter aircraft with their radar looking downrange, they can data link that picture back to the bombers. We call it over the horizon capabilities. So all of these airplanes are actually talking to each other. They might just not be using their voice.
And obviously, as the name implies, this operation took place under the cover of darkness, Operation Midnight Hammer, just a reminder to our viewers. I mean, why was that an important element of it? I mean, clearly that added to the surprise, did it?
Yes. So, Tom, the United States and most of our NATO allies are some of the only countries that can operate near flawlessly at night with night vision goggles, sensors. Obviously, you have a tactical advantage operating at night. But, Tom, after talking to some of my buddies and looking at the operational, what happened operationally, they could have done this in broad daylight and they would have had the same results. It didn't matter day or night, but obviously night's going to give us a little bit more of a tactical advantage.
Did you ever have to carry out operations like this? Perhaps you're not allowed to say, but did you ever carry an operation under the cover of darkness? And what sort of challenges does that represent?
Step 1, Tom, don't hit anything. I sadly, during my naval aviation career, I had one of my good buddies. We had a midair collision at night during training. He had the night vision goggles on, kind of got task saturated, and he just flew right into another fighter. He doesn't even know he's dead at this time. But the technology has come a lot farther, where we know where all of our squadron mates and our wingmen are on a strike like this. So technology is rapidly improved, but at night in combat, Tom, the hair on the back of your neck is standing up. You are literally on the edge of your seat. All of your senses are heightened, and it's a pretty sporty environment. But Tom, we have a saying: you fight like you train, and you train like you fight. At Top Gun, I graduated from Top Gun back in the day. If we go anywhere in the world and we're surprised or we're outgunned, our training failed. So this mission almost should have been a letdown. These bomber crews trained to do this mission repeatedly. They actually go into the simulator building and do 24-hour missions in the cockpit but it's sitting there on the ground in the simulator building. So I guarantee you they flew this mission multiple times before they ever got airborne for real. And it was almost a letdown, probably when they landed, like, wow, that went better than expected. Because remember, we contingency plan. In the planning process, what happens if somebody gets shot down over Iran or enemy airspace? Who's going to conduct the search and rescue? What if one of our refueling tankers goes down at this point? So the planning process is so in depth that when things go according to plan, it's a little shocking to us because we overplanned for things not to go our way.
We understand those B-2 stealth bombers spent about 25 minutes around the site of the targets. I mean, were those the most dangerous phases of their journey, would you say, those 25 minutes?
Absolutely, Tom. Whenever you're releasing ordnance, whenever you're dropping weapons off your airplane, that's first of all, that's when you're the most vulnerable. Whenever these B-2s or any stealth aircraft kind of open their bomb bays, that's when you're actually visible to radar. So that is the most dangerous portion of the flight. But going into bad guy country and dropping the bombs and leaving, that entire time was absolutely dangerous. But the most dangerous part would have been weapons release. Absolutely. That's when their stealth mode is the most compromised.
Okay, and you mentioned the weapons there, these bunker busters, extremely powerful bombs, which only the United States has. Just tell us a bit more about that weaponry. I mean, what can you tell us about them and what makes them so extraordinary as weapons?
So in the United States, we look at the potential threats, and then we're going to build a weapon and an aircraft or a delivery system. And these MOPs, massive ordnance penetrators, were designed specifically for these nuclear facilities. And we're talking years. I'll be honest with you, Tom, when I was flying my Operation No-Fly Zone missions over Iraq, that was boring. That was a known entity. When we were down on the carrier during our downtime, all of our mission planning was towards Iran. So back in the day, we said, well, if the Iranians are going to bury this stuff underground, we're going to need a weapon to do it. And the fusing on these weapons are just absolutely incredible. They can actually sense what they're going through. I'm going through dirt. Now I'm going through concrete. You can actually program the fuses to sense different materials and to only detonate after it gets to a certain point. The technologies on these weapons are just absolutely insane.
And did the Iranians try firing back, as far as you can understand?
No, I know General Kane. I know Raisin from back in the day. He's a great American and an even better fighter pilot. But I'm going to take him at his word because I know him and I trust the man with my life. He said not a single bullet, not a single surface-to-air missile, no enemy airplane got airborne. This just, like I said, they didn't even know we were there, Tom, until those bombs hit and we were gone.
Okay, and just lastly, Matthew, I mean, how would you sum up the overall operation, how it went, and just tell us what you think those pilots would have done the minute they got back to base?
Well, the operation clearly was a success. Nobody was injured on our end. All the aircraft got back safely, and the targets were destroyed. We're still going to need a couple days to do BDA, battle damage assessment. So that'll take some time to really figure out if these were totally destroyed, as the president said. It'll take a little bit more time. But Tom, flying around the world and dropping some weapons on some bad guys and coming home safely, first thing I would have done would have been hugging my wife and kids and thanking God for a successful mission. And there isn't, Tom, I didn't fly with a single pilot or aviator in the United States military who wanted war, who looked forward to any of this. As a matter of fact, people like me want to avoid conflict. Why? Because we're the ones on the tip of the spear doing this. So if anything, we pray for peace and not to have to use and resort to combat to settle our differences. I mean, war is the ultimate failure of the human condition, and I don't want it. I guarantee you none of those B-2 bombers pilots wanted it, but we joined for a reason. And if the commander-in-chief delivers those orders that something needs to be done, we're going to salute and get it done.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Matthew Buckley, former U.S. Navy Top Gun pilot. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump says he is still interested in a diplomatic solution to this situation. Well, top officials in Washington have repeatedly insisted that the US goal is not regime change in Iran. But President Trump also says that Iranians should overthrow their government if it refuses to negotiate on its nuclear program. So what diplomatic solution could be negotiated? And what are the chances of a change of leadership there in Iran? Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Edward Jerejian, who's a former US ambassador to Israel, also a senior fellow at the Harvard Belfer Center, who served as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. He joins us now from France. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. President Trump saying today that he is still open to diplomacy. I mean, what form do you see diplomacy taking at this stage?
Well, at this stage, it's very problematic because in the wake of the Israeli attacks and the United States attacks against Iranian nuclear targets, the Iranians are determining now what their response should be. And the Iranian officials, especially the foreign minister, has made the statement that Iran will not enter negotiations under either military pressure or even political pressure. So we're at a standstill for the moment in terms of the initiation of, if you will, diplomatic efforts. But again, the immediate issue is whether or not Iran is going to militarily respond to the United States attacks on its nuclear facilities and what form that might take, which will then obviously outline what the future options are.
Yeah, I mean, just staying with diplomacy for a little while longer. I mean, the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has been meeting today with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. I'm just wondering what they might be seeking to achieve.
Well, there's a traditional relationship, as you know, between Russia and Iran. And Russia, of course, they have this structural relationship with the Bushehr civilian nuclear facility in Iran. And Iran has military, political, and some economic ties with Russia. So it's an important relationship. But how Putin plays that is going to be quite interesting because he made a very curious statement the other day that Israel has many Russian-speaking citizens, and therefore Russia has also interest in Israel. So we're going to see what comes out of this this meeting. Of course, Russia has condemned the attacks on Iran, but we'll see whether Putin, given his challenges in Ukraine and the ongoing war there, whether he has the wherewithal to really get, if I could use the word, materially involved in the Iranian crisis.
Right, so you don't seem to be making it sound like it's very likely, in your opinion, that President Putin will decide that now is the moment to step in and help an ally in need.
Right. I think he'll offer some sort of mediation role. I think he's already done that. But how effective that would be, given a Washington stance, we'll have to see.
I mean, obviously, the Trump administration, many in Washington, wouldn't be at all averse to a change of leadership in Iran. But they say that's not the goal. Having said that, I mean, when you look at the president's messages on social media, I mean, the messages are a little bit mixed, aren't they?
They really are. And it's really confusing to anyone who's trying to follow the policy directions from Washington and even at Israel, because both countries have basically stated that the goal of all of this is to focus on Iran's nuclear capabilities and to not allow it to have a nuclear weapons capability. Then you see all sorts of commentary and, if you could say, different themes emerging. And the latest thing on social media that President Trump put out, he said he just coined MEGA, Make Iranian Great Again. If the Iranians want to make Iran great again, they'll forego their nuclear ambitions and sit down and talk. But then he also, in the same message, social media message, used the word regime change. And you see Vice President J.D. Vance, who made it very clear the other day that American policy is not based on regime change in Iran. And yet you have these various interpretations that bring a great deal of ambiguity. And I think this is very, very importantly dangerous, frankly, because we need strategic clarity, especially this is a very dangerous moment in the Middle East and globally. And we need strategic clarity, especially from the United States, on what the end game is. Is the end game the nuclear capabilities alone? Or is the end game regime change? Or is it something else? And the messages that are coming out are confusing. Now, they may be deliberately doing that, but I don't see what good end that serves.
Yeah, I mean, it is confusing. I mean, do you think that toppling the Iranian government is even considered to be a likely scenario by serious Iran observers? Or do you think it's just a bit of wishful thinking by a handful of people, perhaps in Washington, perhaps a handful of people in Israel?
Well, I think there are some who consider a regime change, quote unquote, collateral damage. If you focus on the nuclear capabilities, but if this leads to regime change, that's a good outcome also. But that's flippant. That's not policy. That's gambling. And my personal view is, and having served 8 American administrations and presidents from John F. Kennedy to Bill Clinton, I think in terms of U.S. national security interests, given our experience, the American experience in Vietnam, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq, for example, in Afghanistan, it was a just war after 9/11, but then we stayed for 20 years. It became a forever war. And what's the outcome? The Taliban is back in power. That is a failure of policy. And then if you look at Iraq in 2003, yes, we did get rid of Saddam Hussein. He was a bad actor, but that led to great disruption in the Middle East and the creation of ISIS and heightened the whole counterterrorism challenge that the region and the world faced. So getting involved in yet another Middle East war, to me, would not serve United States national security interests. And we're on the edge of that now.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you and others are making it sound a bit like this administration is slightly improvising. There's a bit of shooting from the hip going on here. But on the other hand, we're being told that there's a clever game of smoke and mirrors going on here. President Trump looked reluctant to get the US involved at the outset, although perhaps that was part of a smokescreen. We were told there was a bit of a rift between him and Benjamin Netanyahu, although that was, again, potentially part of a smokescreen as well. I mean, how much is this shooting from the hip and how much is this clever smokescreen strategy?
Well, some of it is shooting from the hip. Some of it is very deliberate in the modus operandi of President Trump. As you know, he likes to put out, may we call it extreme positions that sort of have shock value on whoever his interlocutors are, somehow softening them up and then coming in with a compromise proposal after they've been softened up and try to make a deal. So there is in terms of President Trump's modus operandi and how he makes deals, there's some rationale to it. But this is not a real estate deal. This is geopolitics. These are issues of war and peace. These are issues of the stability of a very important part of the world. And therefore, there should be a very coherent policy. And I would think that given what's just happened in the last few days, the military activities we've discussed, I think the focus now should be how do we get the parties to the negotiating table? How do we get the United States and Iran to the negotiating table on a nuclear deal, somewhat akin to the JCPOA, but a much better deal? And Trump would insist on that for the obvious reasons. And I think that's the wise thing to do. But to get the parties to a negotiating table for monitoring, surveilling, controlling a much more diminished Iranian nuclear capability today. So I think in all this crisis, there is also an opportunity, despite how bleak things look now, But let me just say this. We may be entering the fog of war. And that's very dangerous. And you don't know where that can go out. And you've seen the speculation what can happen, whether there are attacks on U.S. bases or U.S. personnel, or there are attacks on Iran's Arab neighbors, or Iran blocks somehow the Straits of Hormuz, on and on. But we are on the edge of entering the fog of war, and therefore there has to be strategic clarity. And I don't see that.
Sure. I mean, on the one hand, you and many in America sound like, negotiation should be the next step from here. But I mean, the Israelis, let's face it, and you were U.S. ambassador to Israel, so perhaps you can tell us. I mean, they never liked that Iran deal that was struck by the Obama administration. They don't really seem to want another deal that's not particularly different from that previous 2015 deal. I mean, Correct. President Trump is being pulled in two directions, isn't he? There'll be those in America who say, look, we mustn't get sucked into another war. Diplomacy has to be the right way to go. And yet the Israelis don't seem to have a huge amount of appetite for that kind of diplomacy, do they?
Well, the Israelis have a very, especially under Prime Minister Netanyahu, we've seen that in Gaza, sort of total victory, the militarization of diplomacy, if I can put it that way. What does that mean? There's been a great debate in Israel on the day after in Gaza. And Netanyahu has never outlined what his concept of the day after in Gaza would be. He just says total victory, eliminate Hamas. And he uses two phrases, demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza. Well, that's a tactic. That's not a strategy. What should the day after be? Is anyone talking about the Israeli-Palestinian issue and trying to prepare the groundwork in the future for negotiations to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is really at the core of what we're talking about? All of this started on October 7th by Hamas's brutal attack on Israelis. But this led to the conflicts we've seen in Lebanon, with Hezbollah, in Syria, with the Houthis, etc., and now with Iran as a sponsor of the so-called axis of resistance. So we're forgetting what the strategic framework is of all of this also. Who's talking about Palestine today?
Sure, no one.
And yet, there's no coherent strategy putting all these pieces together. Frankly, if I could put it this way, I would like to see my country, the United States, start playing chess in the Middle East and not checkers.
I mean, you've alluded to the fact that we're in a very dangerous situation right now. I mean, let's help us understand that. What sort of dangers, what sort of worst case scenarios are you envisaging?
Well, I think the worst case scenario is if Iran decides, after the American attacks and after the continuing Israeli military operations, to respond in some sort of kind and target American bases, target American military officials, or try to block the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, which provides approximately 30% of the flow of energy to the world. This would raise the price of oil up. I don't know how much, but certainly it would be veering toward the hundreds of dollars a barrel. And what impact will that have on various countries and energy security? That's one thing. Will the Iranians try to use some of their surrogates, even though they're weakened, for example, in Iraq, to strike at American personnel bases there? Et cetera, et cetera. Or will the Iranians go for a dirty bomb? They still have enriched uranium, and they still have the knowledge, the nuclear physicists, the engineers, the scientists who know how to make a bomb. So will they go for a bomb? Because they still have enough enriched uranium to do that. So these are some of the worst case scenarios that can occur. And then how will that drag in other parties in the region? our friends and allies in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, our European allies. Again, we're entering we are in a very dangerous threshold. The situation could go in any direction, but that's why I say that there needs to be a sense and a real sense of strategic clarity as to what the end game is here.
Sure. I mean, just lastly, obviously very easy to start wars, not quite so easy to win them or end them. I mean, just lastly, I mean, your final thoughts. I mean, supposing US lives are lost. Let's imagine a scenario in which Iran, you know, like the ones you just described, Iran goes after US interests, whether it's military bases or other targets. What will be the domestic repercussions, do you think, for President Trump in that sort of a scenario?
Well, that's where, when I talk about the fog of war, that's where an American president is really put. His back will be to the wall. If Americans are killed, then he must respond. And the United States will then necessarily get involved more and more into military operations in the Middle East. And where will that lead? Where will that lead? That to me is a very dangerous situation, and I just hope that the Iranians are not that suicidal that they will target American bases or officials, but will do some sort of repost to show that they're retaliating against being so badly hit, and then start opening up to diplomatic initiatives. I hope that's the way out. But if there are American casualties, the American president will be hard put not to do something even more definitive than what's been done.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. It's been really interesting. Ambassador Edward Jerejian, thank you so much for your time, sir.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Well, ever since President Trump joined Israel's campaign on Sunday morning by targeting Iranian nuclear sites, Iran has been threatening to retaliate. Well, until now, Tehran has continued firing missiles at Israel and has so far not taken action against the United States or US regional interests. Even so, Iran's armed forces are today threatening to inflict serious, unpredictable consequences on the United States in retaliation for its strikes on those nuclear sites in Isfahan, Natanz and Fordow. Well, Iran's supreme leader says that bases used by US forces in the region and elsewhere could be attacked. And the US State Department has issued a worldwide caution for Americans. So just what could Iran have in mind? Well, for more, we can speak now to Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, who is a former NATO commander and strategic forecaster. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. Let me just start by asking you a very simple question. Do you think President Trump was right to order those strikes on Iran in the early hours of Sunday morning?
I think looking at it from the point of view of today, yes, I think he was right. I think everybody had run out of road, frankly. The negotiations were going nowhere. There was a lot of ambiguity about the Iranian nuclear program. And frankly, the Israelis were starting to think there was an existential crisis brewing for them as a country and as a people. One can't tell how these things will roll out downstream. But at the moment, the Americans have the initiative. They're able to say to the Iranians, look, you can either negotiate or we'll do something else as well. And let's be clear, the Americans are saying we're doing this as Americans, not just as allies of the Israelis.
And, you know, we were talking a little earlier on with the guest about the operation itself and how it was conducted under the cover of darkness. Any thoughts on how that long-distance operation was conducted in the early hours of Sunday morning?
Well, actually, it's a remarkable exercise of global projection of power. If you think about what happened, they set up the operation whereby the aircraft would fly from continental United States. A 37-hour round trip with all the refueling that entails. They put in place a very good deception program as well. They had sort of the same type of aircraft flying through the Asia-Pacific to Guam. And in fact, they attacked the other way from, as I said, continental United States. They achieved complete surprise. I thought they were going to go Thursday night, Friday morning. But in fact, as you saw, they went Saturday night, Sunday morning. But a flawless operation, and what we expect from a top-class military that knows how to do this.
And what do we expect from Iran? I mean, Iran's armed forces chief vowing, quote, firm action and everlasting consequences. I mean, what are Iran's options and which of them sound most likely?
I think Iran's in a very weak position at the moment. We're seeing a lot of bluster, not only in the public space, but also on social media. There's a lot of exaggeration in the rhetoric. To me, that is the sign of weakness, not of strength. I suspect right now Iran is thinking about the long-term consequences, whether the regime can survive this. It's probably consulting with its allies as well, Russia and China. And China, of course, has a particular interest in particularly the oil and also the gas that comes out of Iran and goes to China. They will be looking for stability, not only of the regime or indeed the transition, if that happens, and also, of course, energy prices. So they'll be looking very closely to see how much disruption there'll be. So in consulting with their allies, the Iranians will want to calibrate their response. And I think that'll be anything from continuing to pound Israel with ballistic missiles and drones, right through to performative stuff, which hits American bases that don't have many people on. I think what they will fear is a massive American retaliation where they can't engage their allies, they can't respond themselves, and it really does threaten the regime.
Do you see any of Iran's allies, you mentioned China and Russia there, stepping in and giving Iran a hand?
I think Russia's not in a position to do that. It's very weak from an economic point of view. It's also tied down quite significantly in Ukraine right now. So it doesn't have a lot to spare in either material or human terms. I suspect they'll be providing some intelligence. That will be the thing that the Russians will provide. We should note also there are two very capable Chinese intelligence ships in the vicinity of the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman right now. They'll be hoovering in all sorts of data, electronic signatures, things like that, and passing them on to the Iranians. And we shouldn't underestimate how close the Chinese are to the Iranians in financial, commercial, energy, and indeed personal terms. A lot of the senior echelons of the Chinese PLA, People's Liberation Army, know their opposite numbers or knew them before they were assassinated. And that's a very close relationship. So I think the Iranians will be saying right now, any step that we take, we've got to look at how it affects us, the regime. Secondly, the international stage, and by extension, our partners. And thirdly, what we're going to get in return, because I don't think President Trump, having actually made the very brave decision, whether it was sensible or not, we'll find out downstream, the very brave decision will still be in the mood to do things that are decisive.
Are there any non-military options that Iran might go for? I mean, people are talking about the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. I don't know how impactful you think that would be.
Well, Tom, it would be very impactful. There's no doubt about it. But we've got to bear in mind that America only gets 7% of its oil from the Gulf. China gets 48%. And it'll be very difficult to close the straits. The Americans will immediately deal with any coercive or military operations that are going in the Gulf. The Omanis will probably keep their territorial seas open, so there's a southern route out there as well. And it's in nobody's interest, least of all the Iranians, to tell you the truth, to shut the Straits of Hormuz. And there are all sorts of ways around it. I'm old enough to remember the tanker war of the 1980s. And the Americans simply said, look, we'll flag every vessel as an American vessel that goes through the Straits. If you dare touch it, then, of course, there'll be massive retaliation. I suspect that will be the same again. I think what's different today, Tom, is you've got underwater drones, you've got surface drones, you've got semi-submersibles, which the Iranians have got. So there's a lot of deniability if you want to attack merchant ships or indeed warships. And we've seen in the Black Sea, the Ukrainians using drones, how hostile that environment can be for warships. But you've got to be careful of what you're going up against. If you are going up against the United States Navy, Air Force and everything they've got, then you're going to have to come pretty well armed.
Indeed. I mean, some people won't know the significance of the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, obviously a very narrow waterway. But you seem to be suggesting that there would be ways around it were Iran to opt for that sort of course of action.
There's no doubt there are ways around it. As I said, the Straits have two sides. It's a very difficult passage. I've been there a lot myself. Indeed, I've been involved in operations to keep the Straits open. We should be in no doubt the Americans would bring massive firepower to bear on any attempt to close the Straits. And as I said, half of the Straits are owned by Oman anyway. So the Deepwater Channel goes through both Iranian and Omani territorial seas. And I suspect that the southern part of the Gulf in particular will be very interested in assisting to keep the waterway open. It would be a very foolish move, I think, by the Iranians. I think my own view is if you look at where they're strong, they'll look at possibly terrorism in the wider world. They'll look to try and take out Israeli and American assets where they can without risk. I suspect there's going to be a lot of performative action just to say, look, we're still in the game. Don't write us off yet. To my mind, the biggest worry for anybody in the regime is regime change. So anything that destabilizes the regime and offers a reasonable transition to something that the Chinese, the Russians and everybody else can put up with is what I would fear most if I were either a member of the IRGC or of the regime.
I mean, there are 40,000 US troops here in the Middle East. I mean, you seem to be suggesting that perhaps US interests in the region could be targeted by Iran. I mean, do you think that's likely? Do you think Iran would take that risk? Because let's face it, were Iran to do such a thing, that really would bring the United States back into this conflict in a very major way, I should think.
Well, it depends. I mean, desperate people do desperate things. And if they were thinking their regime might change, they might go for using everything they've got to inflict as much damage as they can on American and allied bases and also on Israel as well. But I think in that case, you're going to see a lot of devastation coming back the other way. And that would mean regime change. There's no question about that. If I'm a senior member of the Iranian regime now, I'm thinking about my personal and institutional survival. So that will drive any retaliation that the Iranians might think about. I mean, there's a wider security threat in the Gulf, of course, even in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, despite the investments which we know Iran has offshore. There might be some performative action to say, look, we can bring anybody in if we like. And so people need to be on their guard. And the Americans will be very careful to protect their allies, their investments and their friends on the lower side of the Gulf. I have no doubt about that.
So do you think it's fair to say where we are right now in this conflict is that how Iran responds to what the US did on Sunday will ultimately determine where we go to from here? I mean, essentially, is the ball really entirely in Iran's court here?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's an interesting image. I mean, the ball is on their side of the net. It's whether they choose to hit it back again or simply concede the point. I mean, there are problems for the Ayatollah Khomeini both ways. If he shows weakness, then within the regime, he will lose power and people will lose credibility as well. If he hits back in the wrong way, then he risks almost the same thing happening, but from external situation. I mean, Tom, what I think we have to bear in mind here, and it's something I've said for a long time now in my writings, is that most wars are caused by windows of opportunity and windows of weakness. And at the moment, you've got Iran really having a window of decided weakness, having its proxies basically wiped out by Israel and having this devastating attack on its nuclear facilities. And of course, there's a window of opportunity to deal with the Iranian regime such that the future of Iran is different. So coming together, that sort of thing is very dangerous for Iran in these circumstances. I mean, there's no doubt that the nuclear program was unsupportable by a large swathe of countries throughout the world. There was nothing happening with negotiations. All the agreements that had taken place basically had examples of cheating around the edges. It was going nowhere. Decisive action has been taken. If it were me, but I'm not Iranian, I'd be saying, right, how can we work this to make sure that we can secure a future for ourselves as a regime, but also not lose too much face?
I mean, if this conflict does get broadened and more players are somehow forced to join in, I mean, who do you see being drawn into a future broader conflict? I mean, would the UK, for example, step up and support the United States and Israel in their action?
I think that's open to question right now, and it depends very much on how the present government perceives the UK's long-term interests. I think if you could prove Article 5 in relation to a NATO context where an attack on one is an attack on all, then the United Kingdom, I'm sure, would step up and probably support America in basically defending itself. I think if there were a broader campaign to either destabilize the Iranian regime or take down even more of its conventional capability, then I think that would be a coalition of the willing, and the Americans would probably say, right, this is a problem that needs dealing with. We'll know who our friends are afterwards, so who wants to come along with us to deal with this situation? I think it's much more fluid than it used to be, to tell you the truth. And NATO in particular would be very keen to say, look, unless it's an Article 5 issue, then people support America if they think it's in their interests. If they don't think it's in their interest, they won't. But be in no doubt, a country that is led by President Trump will remember its friends and, of course, despise the people that don't actually help it.
Yeah, I mean, the United Kingdom keeping fairly quiet on this. I mean, sort of the usual sorts of language about watching the situation and some degree of alarm. But where do you see the UK heading to? What do you think the UK position is exactly?
Well, I can't speak for the government, Tom, but from where I'm sitting, it seems to me the government is looking to actually get the benefits of what America is doing without any of the liabilities. And they're being very careful to say, well, it wasn't us, it was the Americans. There is an advantage to that, though. It means they're in a position to be an honest broker, if you like, or be in a position as a permanent member of the UN Security Council to say, look, we can help actually get a ceasefire here and we can actually get some sort of agreement and negotiation going forward. But right now, it feels odd, to tell you the truth, to be in a United Kingdom that isn't supporting the United States in what is a fairly straightforward issue. Is Iran going to have a nuclear device, which threatens all of us? So unusual. So we're in new territory. We'll see what happens. But as I said, America will remember its friends in these circumstances.
And just lastly, I mean, does it sound to you, does it look to you from what you've seen and heard as though the United States has succeeded in, as President Trump says, obliterating Iran's nuclear program, or is it still too early to say?
I think it's too early to say. All I can say is that anywhere else that had been devastated like that would find that its nuclear program had been significantly derailed for a number of years. One has to take into account also the fact that quite a lot of the nuclear scientists have been killed as well in Israeli attacks. So that's not a program that any country can actually sustain without having some effect on the overall program. Do I think there is some fissile material stored somewhere? Yes, I think there is. Do I think there's the capacity within a year or so to produce either a dirty bomb or a low-level yield device? Yes, I think there probably is. But they're probably going to need some help. And I think the free world and America will be looking very carefully to see who might offer that help, because obviously that's a very serious issue.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, thank you for your time, sir. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, who's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for the Middle East and former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again here on Arabiya English. I'd just like to start by asking you what your immediate reaction was when you found out that the US had carried out those somewhat long threatened strikes on the United States. Did it take you by surprise?
Well, I certainly was surprised. I was somewhat shocked that we did that. And to use that great British term, I was a little bit gobsmacked. So it was something that I was surprised by, but I could see the logic behind it because the president had said, we'll give 2 weeks for negotiation. And my initial thought was, what's left to negotiate?
Right, so it took you by surprise, and obviously took many others by surprise, presumably including the Iranians. What are your overall thoughts on how the operation was executed?
Well, first of all, I've been in government for 40 years. I've never seen operational security that tight. I think the tactical deception was somewhat unnecessary since we own the skies, but the strategic deception by the president, I have to tip a hat. I haven't seen that in my lifetime.
You're quoted as saying this operation had some of the Trump hallmarks to it. The exact quote is that it was a bit like a Trump deal, you're quoted as saying. I mean, do correct me if I'm misquoting you, but why did you say that? What made it different?
Well, it goes back to the negotiations. We have been negotiating with Iran over its nuclear program, which that attack put a severe, turn it back quite a bit, very much so. The Israelis are continuing to attack. So, I mean, we've been negotiating on a horse, but the horse is dead, so what's left to negotiate?
Obviously, the strikes that were carried out on these uranium enrichment sites, like the one in Fordo. Is this something that's dangerous, just by virtue of the fact that nuclear sites are being destroyed? I mean, could there be dust clouds? Could there be radiation? I mean, are there any dangers associated with this?
Well, I don't think so, because we use bunker busters. If you take a look at those holes that went into the ground, they're relatively small for a bombing campaign. And if they did their job, I would suspect that they rubbled the inside of the facility. And when you have that much containment, that's probably the best way to make sure that no radiation escapes.
And we heard President Trump saying that those sites are being, quote, totally obliterated. I mean, what's your understanding? Because obviously we've had a bit longer to sort of take stock of what happened, but what's your understanding of the level of damage that's been inflicted?
Well, first of all, in 30 years in the military, I've never heard that military term obliterated before. I'd go with what General Keynes said the next day, severely damaged. But how severe, how damaged, we really won't know until we finished a formal bomb damage assessment, which is typical for bombing campaigns and artillery campaigns. You don't know what you hit. You don't know how much you destroyed. You need to get that intelligence. It could come from communications intelligence, signals intelligence, digital intelligence to see what's coming, what the Iranians are saying. You can use satellite intelligence, and all that intelligence is fused so that the briefers can tell the commander-in-chief. It's our put in percentage estimation that the current operational level of that facility is put in another percentage. And the answer is, based on that information, you're instructing the commander, or you're giving the advice to the commander whether you need to reattack that target.
Sure, indeed. We don't know if there is any need at this stage for a reattack. In terms of Iran's options moving forward, I mean, what do you think is the most likely way in which the Iranians will respond to what happened on Sunday?
Well, let's first talk about how the Iranians could respond. They really have three capabilities. They can use their missiles, they can use the Iranian-backed militias in the region, or they can use terrorism, all of which they've done before. Missiles, we saw them use missiles as a response to the targeting of Qasem Soleimani in 2020. They shot 12 ballistic missiles to an American base in Iraq, al-Assad, wounding quite a few of our soldiers. Thank God they didn't kill any. Militias, we've been attacked by militias for years and years. Again, right after the Qasem Soleimani targeting, they actually got inside the U.S. Embassy, and luckily there was no damage done there. They were quickly pushed out. They've used terrorism for years. They're one of the great worldwide sponsors of terrorism, starting with the Hezbollah attack on the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. Marine Barracks in '82, to as most recently as they have sent a hit team to try to kill the UAE ambassador in a fancy restaurant in Washington, D.C. So I think those are the three capabilities. Which they will choose, we don't know. We certainly have the force protection in place for the first and second abroad. And Deputy FBI Director Kash Patel has put out a warning for a threat of terrorism inside the United States. So we'll wait and see.
And how would the US respond in the event of an attack on US interests, whatever form that took?
Yeah, I think the president's been quite clear on that, which is if you respond to our attack, there will be a counter response that is far more severe, far more lethal than anything the Israelis have imposed so far.
President Trump calling the Supreme Leader a, quote, easy target. He also says there are no current plans to assassinate him. But, I mean, do you think that might change? I mean, why would he be saying that?
Oh, I think, look, let's understand what we have in the way of leaders. You have a determined, focused like a laser Israeli prime minister, and you've got an unpredictable U.S. president. That's the worst enemy that the Ayatollah could be facing. Whether it's rhetoric on the part of the president or if he intends to go through with it. Look, he said he was going to give the Iranians 2 weeks, and he attacked after 3 days. Statements like that demonstrate Winston Churchill's old adage. The truth is so important in war that it needs to be protected by a bodyguard of lies. And Trump has proven in the past he's a great liar, and he could very well be lying now.
But in terms of assassinating a head of state or a senior figure in a foreign government, I mean, some people would be extremely uncomfortable with that, even as a threat. I mean, it does set some dangerous precedents, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly does, but I would rather that uncomfortable precedent of assassinating a foreign leader. I certainly prefer that to the launching of a nuclear weapon that would have devastating consequences in the region.
I mean, President Trump has looked and sounded quite reluctant to get involved from the get-go, really, with regards to this particular conflict. I mean, but do you see it as being inevitable that the United States will get more involved?
Depends on what you mean by more involved. Are we going to declare war on Iran and turn this one-time attack, this one-and-done attack at Fordo and Esfahan into a major land conflict? I don't think so. Could there be some tit-for-tat attacks between the Islamic Republic and the United States? Possibly. The president says he is reluctant to start wars. He doesn't start wars. He finishes wars. But at the same time, he's going to do whatever he needs to do as president of the United States to protect America and our allies. So that's the great contradiction, and that's where you see the conflict between the true believers on the right who are taking the president literally, and the antagonists, the opposition on the left, who would look for any reason to criticize the president, even if he's doing what they would want him to be doing.
But even in his own camp, isn't this quite risky for President Trump, politically speaking?
Well, politically, for risk, what risk does he have? This is his last term. He doesn't need to be worried about re-election. It's probably inevitable, as so happens in the American political system, that he's going to lose the House or the Senate in the midterms. I just don't see how this affects President Trump's ability to carry out his duties until the end of his presidency, whether his antagonists want him to or not.
A deeply divided party, is that not, I mean, at the very least, highly inconvenient, and at the worst, I mean, you know, he could be dealing with a mutiny in the ranks of the GOP, couldn't he?
Well, we've lost one so far, McCarran, but Fetterman, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, is all in on support for the president on this. So I don't think that either party wants this to go into some sort of vote inside the United States Congress for the obvious political ramifications it would have. Voting against President Trump on, quote, constitutional grounds because he didn't go to seek a declaration of war from the Congress. We haven't had a declaration of war since the Second World War. He violated the War Powers Act. No, he didn't violate the War Powers Act. He has 60 days to report to Congress on this. So those that oppose and try to, through Congress, get some sort of bill or resolution that will inevitably, particularly in the Senate, be voted down, will just expose the opposition as it will allow the opposition to be painted as anti-American, anti-Semitic. It's too easy a give for the Trump supporters. You look at McCarran, the one Republican who's complaining, the president has already set up a political action committee to primary him out. So inside the United States Congress, I think that they get a lot of television time, but they don't really get a lot of stuff done.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, what's the way out of this? What happens next, and what needs to be done to make sure that these hostilities come to a swift conclusion? Where do you see things heading?
Well, I certainly don't think it's more military action. I certainly don't think it's regime change. I think it's offering the Iranians a gentle off-ramp that starts with a negotiated position where the Iranians come in with a position, a precondition that says we are willing to abandon our nuclear program and subject that abandonment to verification and inspection. I mean, what else? Why would the Americans sit down and talk to the Iranians at this point? The Iranians have lost all of their leverage, all of this passing notes between intermediaries and not sitting down face to face. Those days are over. So the answer is continue to severely degrade the Iranian nuclear program, send clear messages to Iran that we are willing to negotiate, subject to a precondition of abandoning the nuclear program, and we can talk about how we can help with that, lift sanctions, help with economic assistance, help with financial assistance, and let's get Iran back into the family of nations where they are no longer a threat to their neighbors.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Brigadier General Mark Kimmitt, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Incredible affinity for women, and also because I grew up in a family of women who had strong voices and distinct voices, and I really want those voices to be heard, and so I consider myself a worker bee trying to get that done and support and just be here always for as long as I can. So, but thank you for honoring me and thank you for letting me be here. I think it's very magical, and with that comes, you know, cinema is magical, and seeing people's careers be ignited here or discovered is what makes it so wonderful. All film festivals, but Cannes and Venice I've been to so many times, so to be able to come back time and time again, it's extraordinary, and I don't take any of that for granted. So I'm dressed in red, ready to go.
Moments like this, you realise how far you've come as well. It's such a legendary space, and it's been here for so long, and yes, it's very glamorous and there's many things going on, but at the core of it, it's just about the love of film. And to be in this space and to be able to celebrate and talk with other peers and celebrate film is just incredible.
I'm having fun, but also I still have a sense of duty. I don't work because I have to. I work because I must. Because I want to be part of the change. And we're like an army of women working really hard for equality and opportunity.
There's a genuine feeling of creativity I've never been before, and you really feel the love of cinema when you're here. And I grew up obsessed with film, and so often this industry can feel like business, and that's very depressing. And at Cannes, it feels like it's really about the art.
Coming from different worlds, you know, our jury is coming from 7 different worlds, like continents, and watching a lot of different films from a lot of different continents. It's really like inspiring and special. So we're having really a nice time.
Part of it is protecting and surrounding the women with almost like a force field of protection and support so that they can do their best work, and then at the same time giving them the opportunity to not feel like this is the only chance, because a lot of it is, okay, you get one shot, which, as we know creatively, is almost impossible. I mean, you need to work rigorously with your art, and sometimes it will be received with enormous applause, and sometimes it will be received not so well, but that doesn't mean that you failed. It just means you're in process. And we need to support the long process of building the female voices, particularly the directors. Invest in us and believe in us, because our voices are so important. We will help change the world, but we will also give you a glimpse of our hearts and our souls and what it means to be a woman. And if you just give us the chance, we are so ready.
It's a triumph, and it seems to be that wherever we've shown the movie, people are just blown away by it. And I think if we were going to take this on, it was very important that it was really done with pushing the envelope and pushing the boundaries and taking it to new levels where, you know, with the live action, you can go more deeply into character. Everything is, there's just a more realistic look to the movie. And yeah, so I feel like they did a great job.
They've killed hundreds of us!
And we've killed thousands of them! Toothless, no! She's a friend! You all need to see this! I'm not one of them.
Well, I don't know if I carried the film. There's a couple of young actors there who were phenomenal, but yeah, the pressure was on for sure, but I've had to do that, you know, in roles like 300 or The Phantom of the Opera. You take it on, and there's some, you got to live up to some things. I'm used to that. I take my responsibilities very seriously, but I've lived with this character for so long. So it was a kind of a joy, not only to be the voice, but to actually be able to kind of fill those boots, put on that costume and say, can I really do what I used to always say when I was doing the voice, which was, give me a crack at that, put me in that world, really, and have to pull off stoics.
When you carry this axe, you carry all of us with you.
Dad, I can't kill dragons.
But you will.
That costume, when I had my shield and my axe, which I had for quite a lot of the movie, was 90 pounds. And I was wearing that often for 12 hours a day. So after my first costume fitting, my back was killing me, and I thought, this whole movie is going to fall apart because I couldn't wear the costume. So I started wearing weight vests and kind of getting used to it. But you also inhabit that. That's part of what's great about this character. You put that on, and you have to feel that weight of the costume, of the responsibility, and you know, you feel like a chieftain, like a warrior.
Stick with me. All right, bud, you ready? Come on! Here it comes!
It's rare you get to see movies like this that just, you know, just visually are so breathtaking and stunning with these kind of effects. And I think you've got to see it on IMAX or the biggest screen possible with the best sound system possible, which I believe you guys have quite a lot of here.
It's such a pleasure to speak to the both of you.
Hey, Rye, where are you from? Where are you? Yeah.
I am in Cannes at the film festival, and I am from Lebanon originally, covering.
Oh, Lebanon.
تحكي عربي؟ أكيد بحكي عربي. You speak good Arabic too.
Wine masare. Where's the money?
That's like, show me the money. Well, luckily we're talking about Lilo and Stitch, and it's all about great fun.
All about the money, baby.
Exactly. That too, maybe, but it's about, I just had my daughter interview Stitch, and it's all about the candor of childhood, and I really love that about it. The theme resonate when you were shooting it.
Yeah, it's love. It's love, open-heartedness, family pulling together wherever you find it, whether you're blood related or not. I mean, that's at the heart of it for me. And, you know, coming from Honolulu, Hawaii, that's my heart right there that you see on the screen.
And you, Courtney?
I was a newbie. They brought me in.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to be able to now be a part of this world. So it's a pleasure.
Agent Cobra Bubbles, we have a blue dog to catch.
Basically, it's really great that they kind of created, let's say, an altered version of the original character in this one. So tell us how you work on them and on their connection as social worker and government official.
Well, Cobra has changed a lot from the original to you. It's like, you know, as far as like menacing, and now you like gave him like a heart. And
well, you know, I tried to be a little menacing at the top, but I had to make a decision because you all presented Mr. Stitch as he was such a. When those ears go down, forget about it. So, it's a wonderful story of village and family life.
Yep. I literally completely changed characters, you know, from being the kid that needs the help to the woman that's helping advocate for the kid that needs help. And I can't say enough about Sydney and Maya. They are tremendous young actresses and wonderful human beings. So it's beautiful to see that there's a project like this, that you have, you know, women in it helping each other and advocating for each other, you know, like we do in real life.
Hey, I changed my mind.
What's that?
I like you as a mom, too.
What do you think is the imprint of Stitch in the sense that, you know, this is an enduring, beloved character by gazillion people around the world? What is it about this little fidgety thing that makes him so lovable?
Because we're all fidgety little things. We all want to just go around and do exactly what we want to do. Some of us, you know, still do that. And that's what, you know, changes me from, you know, being someone who was, you know, supposed to be, you know, the adult and, you know, get him and, you know, I got him right here. You know, all of that too. Like, oh, please. He's fine. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think we are Stitch and Stitch is us. Every single one of us holds Stitch within ourselves to varying degrees. It's nice that we can be crazy and out of control and need some help focusing ourselves, you know, and I think that's why people recognize themselves in Stitch.
True, I do. Thank you so much.
1.
It's a pleasure to speak to the both of you, and I'll start with Anna. This is not only action and stunts, this is choreography and a fusion of a lot of moves. How much dedication are we talking about?
I gave it all. It was a long process of training and learning and perfecting skills and learning about weapons and, you know, all of it. It was a very complex, you know, combination of all of it. It was a good gradient for me. Like, I think we started from the very basics, like literally teaching me how to do a cartwheel to the most difficult stunts I've ever done. So it was a good, I could feel myself improving day by day and feeling stronger and better and more confident and in control. So I could perform what this man wanted.
And we're talking for
to do.
months and months. So it was grueling. It was a lot of, it was about as long as it takes to shoot the movie. Anna was training about that same amount of time before we started shooting. So it takes a lot.
To stop the assassin, you must become the assassin. You will always be weaker. You will always be smaller. You want to win? Improvise. Adapt.
And it takes a very good sense of balance to know how to dose it all for both of you. I mean, there's the stunts, but there's also the character treatment, and there has to be the perfect recipe of making the characters emotional and physical at the same time, correct?
And I think to do it right, those all they're all entwined. And I think what people are going to see is that there's so much emotion, passion, rage, all those character traits. You really do see within the action, and it separates what makes like a cool action scene and a really dramatic and like kind of impactful one.
Yeah, definitely. I think the action is driven by the emotion of the character. She's as much as she learned at the Roscoe Roma and how well prepared she is and all her skills and everything is really a very personal journey for her.
Yeah.
And when emotions get on the way, it gets messy.
This isn't done until they're dead.
Buena suerte, señorita.
When you think of me, you should think of fire.
Ian just described Eve to me as the baby Gaga, Anna. So does that...
Ian.
I think that's cute.
Ian's phrase has traveled.
Yeah.
She is the baby Gaga for sure.
It's of her connection to the John Wick universe and maybe a little bit your connection to Keanu, having worked with him for such a long time.
I am the baby Gaga to Keanu.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Keanu and I met like 10 or 11 years ago when I had just moved to LA and we did Knock Knock together, and I met him when he had just finished the first John Wick. And now, like, for me to be doing this movie and have him in our film kind of like blessing this extension of their franchise and the character, and it feels like a very very special and full circle.
How do I start doing what you do?
Looks like you already have. That door will lock sooner than you think. You can still leave. You still have a choice.
Who is Eve to you in a few words? I mean, she's got so much backstory to her and so much more to come in my point of view.
Yes, she's the heart of the movie. And I mean that not just because she's the main character and we discovered this story through her lens. That's who she is to me, like someone who wants to know about life, I guess. And
there's such a there's what's different in this film as well is that there is a mystery, like a personal mystery in terms of she's going after a kind of goal, but there's within all of that she's really it's a self-discovery, and so it's got a mystery built within it's not so much of an action plot as it is a mystery plot.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. My time's already up, but it's lovely talking to you, and congrats on the film.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
To see her shift into her next gear was really cool. She's like, let's go.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cape Town. See what nature and culture have to offer in Cape Town. Cape Town is the second largest city in South Africa and the southernmost city of the African continent. It is home to the famous Cape of Good Hope, where you'll get a thrilling glimpse of where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean. The city is also known for the Castle of Good Hope, with its extensive William Fair collection of art and military memorabilia. Another iconic destination is the Robben Island, which offers visitors a first-hand experience of the imprisoned history of leaders like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu. The prison not only holds important historic significance, it also allows for a beautiful half-day ferry ride across the sparkling waters of South Africa. Over 20 million tourists also visit the Victoria and Alfred waterfront each year. It is known as the city's working harbor, where you can have plenty to do in terms of dining, shopping, and sightseeing. One of the 7 magnificent botanical gardens of the world, you should also have a look at the luscious and rare flora of Cape Town at the Kurtenbosch Botanical Gardens. You'll definitely come across impressive rows of rare African plants. It's a great place for botanical education. There are also a lot of marine life to see in the city. Cape Town offers a rare and up-close glimpse of these underwater animals while in their natural habitat. Table Mountain is the greatest and most popular landmark of Cape Town. It's one of the famous places in the city that features an incredibly unique and varied ecosystem. It's also suitable for leisurely walks or morning jogs, and great for hiking up to the summit. You can enjoy a hearty meal while at it, or simply take in the magnificent view. There are also many vineyards worth visiting in Cape Town. Along the endless stretch of hills and valleys are the vineyards that make the best wines in the world. Heavy with local culture are the colorful streets of Bo-Kaap. It is popular among the visitors of Cape Town, offering a lively glimpse into the culture of the Muslim descendants who created these enchanting streets. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The question that diplomats have to ask themselves is,
what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that? Mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa. How do you do that?
Hello and welcome. Welcome to part 2 of our interesting conversation with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, who talked very candidly about his experience as a diplomat in Washington, D.C., some of the issues he faced. He talked about Cyril Ramaphosa's visit to the White House as president of South Africa. And now, in part 2, he reveals why some of these issues are so important to him. Now, I was going to ask you a bit about domestic politics because the ANC has always been known as the leading party, pretty much unchallenged until more recently. And now, of course, there's the GNU, the Government of National Unity. Considering what's been going on in the fractions occurring within South African politics, is it time for a rethink for the ANC?
If the ANC hasn't started rethinking 5 years ago, then the ANC will deserve what the voters continue doing to it. It will be a tragedy for South Africa if the ANC were ever to become irrelevant in the politics of South Africa, because the glue that held not just the nation together, but that kept at bay black rage and kind of white complacency was the ANC. And so the point of the matter is, if we lose that, we lose the fabric of our society. But the ANC will be able to blame no one else. It produced a Jacob Zuma. It was patient through a decade almost of state capture. It was very slow in renewing the ANC once it got rid of Jacob Zuma. It overthought, how do we deal with the people inside the ANC? It may have confused the fact that a decisive blow against corruption could increase your fortunes amongst the electorate versus a slow kind of massaging of the internal forces as the way to keep the internal coalition of the ANC together. So I think that for me is the danger to the ANC. It's overthinking, it's overcaution, and its inability to deal a decisive blow. It had Jacob Zuma in prison, and then there was a pardon. Now, there are prices to pay for it, and sometimes you must choose at what moment you pay the price.
That's the sense I got, that glue that you describe is being dissolved by the fact the ANC has split along the lines, factions that are pro-Zuma, pro-Ramaphosa, and that you have that kind of fairly serious division. How can you unite the ANC again?
I think that the ANC has to decide where does it take and how does it take its punishment. It can go the slow death route in which first the EFF goes out and takes away 10% and then, or 7%, and then along comes MK Party of Jacob Zuma and they take away another percent and then you're down to 40%, etc. Or it can say, let's risk a glorious death with a possibility that we get a glorious resuscitation. And the glorious death will be, let's cut the umbilical cord with anyone who has been corrupt in the ANC. And then rebuild our trust that we have with the electorate and give the electorate something to rally around a clean moral party rather than living a whimpering life.
One of the complications I would guess you have is that you and a lot of those who have witnessed the pre-apartheid era so personally are of a generation of generations that think in a particular way. But then you have a younger generation which, for example, the FF Economic Freedom Fighters of Julius Malema, he was ANC youth before, they appeal to the younger generations.
And I think that is always going to be the case, and that's why it was always important to have a youth league in the ANC that kind of socializes the next generations. And in socializing, you give them a true nature of what struggle is. It's organization, it's mobilization, it's campaigns. Secondly, you give them a benchmark of suffering. Suffering isn't when you can't get a BMW. Suffering isn't when you can't wear Gucci's. Suffering isn't when you don't have a Breitling watch, etc. And therefore, the calibration of suffering is that we now have taps in every house, whereas before we had one child designated to fetch water from the river rather than go to school. That we now don't have candles in the house, you flip a switch and you've got a light in the house. You see, that's the fundamental changes. That if you're 60 and over, you get a pension every month, whereas before you didn't because you were black. That you can now learn math and science, before it was prohibited in your curriculum. So you see, once you make post-apartheid things too normal, you don't have a reverence for a history of your parents where none of that was available. And so we need to socialize people into this history of apartheid. And so we're so busy teaching technical things, which we must, that we have forgotten to refresh their memory.
Presumably, though, you have to be careful. You don't lecture to the degree where the young close their ears and say, la, 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 la. We don't want to know. We see the rest of the world moving a particular way.
No, absolutely. And I think that that's why history, being a history teacher myself, doesn't have to be boring. It has to be experiential. You've got to invest in the hard drive of the country. You cannot say, for example, we are putting all our money into bread and butter, but you don't build the sites of memorialization. You don't have a proper memory that captures the massacres and the education museum about what was the curriculum before.
And then ultimately you have to present South Africa, sort all this out so you can present South Africa as a unified country so that it can attract foreign investors, it can show its position in the world in a stronger way, surely.
I don't think that those are mutually exclusive objectives. How you refresh the memory of our young people, how you put bread and butter on the table, and how you compete in the world. And I think that South Africa does have the infrastructure, for example, for education. It has the kind of electronic infrastructure where our young people transact on their cell phones and become entrepreneurs. I just think that that has been an advantage for us over many years, that our banking knowledge, our banks are the best, our justice system is the best, etc., etc. I just think that we are not clicking it together into one unified strategy as our presentation to the world.
I'm going to move on to your career as a diplomat and some of the smart things people have said. You have said a couple of quotes based on diplomacy. You've said diplomacy is not the art of lying, but it's the art of telling the truth gently and constructively. Diplomacy is not flattery or denial, but it's persuasion based on intellectual honesty and integrity. Diplomacy is not the abandonment of your core values, but it is about universalizing them for a better world. And diplomacy is not sacrificing your interests, but it's about pursuing them with dignity. How has diplomacy changed since your early years?
So, orthodox diplomacy meant that diplomats studied the Vienna Convention. They were taught the Vienna Convention. There was a way in which you did things, and there was a language that you spoke. There was a strong foundation of civility in all of that. And so navigating the gentleness in your diplomacy, the truth-telling in your diplomacy, navigating how to secure your values while advancing your interests, those were the kind of stuff that made my first stint as a diplomat really exciting. How did I do that with the kind of Obama administration? I think in this round, the rules were gone. In this round, you were punished without being demarched, called in for an explanation. Your note verbals, when you say to Secretary Rubio, can my Minister of International Relations call you for 2 minutes to congratulate you on being appointed? And they don't respond to it, but you hear on a tweet that they're not going to talk to us. And so forth. When they don't pitch up at the G20 without explanation, and after you inquire through note verbals about it, you read on a tweet that we won't go there because South Africa's leadership of the G20 is based on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's why we won't go. When the one who steps into you at a low level is then prohibited from posing for the family photo, and to her credit, resigns after that. So I'm saying that this is a world of fundamental incivility. And therefore, the question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa? How do you do that?
Has Trump invented a new form of diplomacy in this way, or has brinkmanship essentially been at the core of it, even if it was more subtle?
I don't think that anything that Donald Trump does is diplomatic. I think it's all brinkmanship. And we were very good going into the USA, believing that transactionality was the critical language to speak. And we were prepared for that. We read The Art of the Deal. We tried to understand. We tried to divine his mind and so forth. But he's essentially capricious. He's essentially unpredictable. He is essentially mood-driven. Some of our diplomats joked. We said, he's like the cushion pillow. He's going to speak based on the impression the last person left on him. And so the point of the matter is, you cannot prepare a diplomatic path. For that, you've got to be at the height of your wits. And I think the fact that I was able to do what I call an encircling strategy. I did the business associations. Then I moved towards the think tanks. Then I got through 22 doors of Congress and Senate in an encircling strategy, and then clinched at the last White House. And it was based on really trying to change the atmosphere around the president, as opposed to trying to change the mind of the president. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So when someone tells me, a senator from the MAGA says, you're too close to China, get rid of your relationship with China, then you can speak. I said, Senator, you know, you pointing a shotgun at South Africa's knees, threatening to kneecap us, but you first want us to throw away our crutches. Then the senator, when he sees the image, he laughs. He says, I can see what you mean. So the point is, that's the kind of disarming that you have to do as you move towards the White House.
So I was going to ask you, is there anything about Donald Trump's style of diplomacy? You said he's not a diplomat, so is there anything you like about his non-diplomacy?
I think that, believe me, I predicted that if the Global South agenda and the G20 agenda of South Africa is realized in two important ways. One, that we can reform the global architecture for the United Nations and the World Bank. There is only one maverick that can do it, and that is Donald Trump. Because the absence of diplomacy could be resulting in the fact that he has no holy cows. He's loyal to nothing. Unlike Biden. Biden is loyal to all those institutions, and therefore you can't expect a Biden to reform those institutions or to subvert those institutions. But here is a man who has, his incivility is so universal. His capriciousness is so universal that if you want that kind of reform of the global architecture done, he may be the man who could do it, and therefore you've got to compete for who sits last on that cushion.
So early on, the twist is early on in his first term, he used the term holes for, I'm trying not to get bleeped here, for many African countries. Do you think he takes Africa seriously in any way?
I think he's taking Africa seriously now, because the fundamental method in the madness in the USA is that the USA has fallen behind in the scramble for critical minerals. You see, there's no accident that Donald Trump in his inauguration was surrounded by the tech barons, starting with Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, etc. All of them know that what will define this moment in the fourth industrial revolution is the access to critical minerals. They've identified, they now have a critical mineral czar in the White House. That's how important it is. They've identified 50 critical minerals that the USA needs in the short term if it is not to be overrun by China in the technological race. Of that, 12 of those 50, the US is 100% dependent on other countries. For 29, 50% dependent on other countries. And for 13 of them, absolutely dependent on China, either through China's providing it or China processing it. So this thing about Greenland sounds mad, but Greenland is the access to the melting ice where critical minerals may be available in the Arctic. The joke about Panama, the US never wants to be in a situation where the passage between the Pacific and the Atlantic is closed. The bombing of Houthis, that the Indian and the Atlantic Ocean must never be held hostage again. So Africa has 30% of the world's critical minerals, and South Africa, 80% of the world's platinum critical minerals. So is Africa taken seriously? The moment of absolute aggression against South Africa came when South Africa lost 18 soldiers in the eastern DRC to M23, believed to be a proxy of Rwanda, believed to be a proxy. We lost 18 soldiers in defense of the critical minerals of the DRC. Once South Africa withdrew its forces, the United States came into the DRC and have signed a deal now for how to harness the critical minerals of the DRC. So if Africa is important, it is because it is critical for critical minerals.
You know, that you've mentioned the role of China, and I wonder, with South Africa's position in the world today, the growing BRICS alliance and so on, is it possible there are these new economic alliances might help redress this Western dominance up to now? Do you see a realignment on the global stage to the degree that South Africa could benefit from this?
Part of the reason that South Africa is in the crosshairs is because South Africa finds itself at a very interesting place in the global architecture. It is in BRICS, it is in the non-aligned movement, it is central to the African Union, it is the president of the G20, and so South Africa finds itself wherever the counterbalance to Western domination is being born. At this moment, there is a multipolarity developing, just more poles in the world around which to organize the world. It is not yet of the capacity for what I would call multilateralism, the ability to do what you want to. So there's no, America fears it, that this multipolarity will express its multilateralism through, for example, de-dollarization, getting off the dollar system. I don't think even China is ready for that. We can experiment. If I buy oil from Saudi Arabia, I pay them in rand. When they buy meat from South Africa, they pay us in rial. We can do those kind of things. But the fact of the matter is, the world isn't ready for de-dollarization. But that would be a warning bell in the US that if this multipolarity develops further, it could lead to that. It could lead to intra-global South deals. South Africa sends all its platinum for processing to China, and the US has to buy it so that they can manufacture cars in the US. So it could deal with those kind of things. So what I'm saying in short is that there is a multipolarity developing. It is not yet of the capacity for multilateralism, but the US is anticipating those kind of possibilities and therefore needs to resolve a few issues before then.
So, you know, in that respect, I guess South Africa's sudden presence with the ICJ filing would show that these other nations are willing to stand up now. What did that ICJ filing by South Africa do against the genocide case against Israel? What did it do for South Africa's standing?
I think South Africa emerged at that moment not as an economic or military superpower, but certainly as a moral superpower in the world. That it was able to take a step, taking Israel to the ICJ, which potentially could be, as it may be proving now, to be against its interests. And particularly when, in a sense, you jeopardize your interests in order to advance core values, core solidarities with the Palestinians, and stirs the conscience of the world, then I think it is threatening to those who have nurtured an impunity in Israel. And so what happened out of that is that South Africa, through its interim ruling that it got from the International Court of Justice, where 14 of the 15 judges said they may have something to answer for on the genocide. The signs are there. Suddenly, the narrative that all history in the Middle East started on the 7th of October 2023, that narrative fell apart. That people saw the beginning of the movie, they saw that moment in the movie, and they could also now predict how the movie was going to end through the depopulation of the Palestinians, the increasing of settlements, the demilitarized zones that will squeeze the Palestinians and Gaza into one corner, the disabling of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the taking of land. That's how the movie is going to end. It may not end with a two-state solution even. So, but the fact is, South Africa intervening at this critical moment in the plot showed the whole movie. And the fact is that that stirred the conscience, not just of the campuses in the US and the streets in the US and all over the world, but even young Jewish people who may not any longer have a grandmother or a grandfather who was physically in Auschwitz. And they could now think with their conscience and say, I'm Jewish, I enjoy being Jewish, I want to be Jewish, I may even love Israel, but I will not give a blank check to Netanyahu to achieve the end game that he has in mind. So I think South Africa stirred the conscience of the world, and when Ireland and Spain join South Africa, then you know that you are breaking the consensus that has, the guilt consensus that has carefully built up in the Western world.
So I'm going to quote you here where you said, withdrawing from the International Court of Justice is not an option until Palestine is free and Israel is accountable. And though you've seen that support, as you said, how much pressure is South Africa facing with this issue ongoing?
I think that we've already paid with all our aid. I think we're already slapped with 30% tariffs. And we can say it's part of the generality of the world, but there was something visceral about how South Africa was narrativized in all of it. Terrible things are happening there. They're doing a genocide. We were pilloried in the world like no other country. Mexico was just slapped with tariffs. Canada was just slapped with tariffs. In our case, the narrative had to be particularly horrible. And that was particularly to break down South Africa's moral authority. You don't have the moral authority to take our ally Israel to the International Court of Justice. That is why the language against South Africa was so visceral.
Do you see progress in people's perspective? You said there are younger generation Jewish people who may love Israel but say, look, I won't give a blank check to Netanyahu. But, you know, there are those analysts who say that, and Jewish and Israeli actually, who say that the term anti-Semitism is becoming weaponized in order to be the standard argument against what they see as Zionism. Do you see progress in the way the world is thinking?
You know, starting at a different point, we had to warn in South Africa the weaponization of the term racist. When populists use racist labels or labels of racism and racists to justify why they didn't get a job, why they didn't win this, why they didn't win that, then we know that they are weaponizing something sacred in what went down in the history of South Africa, and that we should never be able to allow that term to be weaponized in that way. So we acted against that by education and by prohibiting hate speech in our Constitution. I think if Jewish consensus does not salvage the notion of anti-Semitism, prevent it from being weaponized, and stop it from becoming the fig leaf for Israeli atrocity, then they are in danger of sullying the memory of the 6 million who died in the Holocaust, because they are taking a sacred memory and putting it at the service of a government in Israel to protect atrocities by that government and to cover up for a genocide in the name of the 6 million people. And therefore, every community must not be preached from without to stop the weaponization of the notion anti-Semitism. It has to be an intra-Jewish debate in honor of the memory of those who have truly died at the hands of anti-Semitic tyrants in the world.
As a Muslim, I want to get your perspective on the way Islamophobia started to grow in many places, especially post 9/11. Where do you think things stand now for the Muslim world in general?
I think that Islamophobia is a phenomenon that is now admitted. You can now Google the spelling of Islamophobia and find the word. Find the word, whereas up till 5 years ago, it was not to be found in Google or Chrome or whatever the case may be. So it is now a word. It's been a hard fought for word to enter. And I come from a Muslim community that had the height of Islamophobia. Muslims were enslaved in colonial South Africa, and Islam as a religion was banned in colonial South Africa, and under apartheid it was declared a false faith. So that is Islamophobia. So I often say this to people so that they don't confuse the slight, every slight against a Muslim, as an act of Islamophobia, because we must bear in mind the fundamental notion of a discrimination, which is a bigotry, which is a power relationship. So for me, I will forgive someone who comes to me with a prejudice, because all that they've learned about Islam, they may have learned from Osama bin Laden. So I must understand that that prejudice by them must be diffused. But they don't have that, so they may have their right to a prejudice because we may have presented Islam in a problematic way, in a violent way. They may have learned it in their textbooks. So I must be able to forgive a prejudice, but I can never forgive a discrimination, because the discrimination is the ability to turn an inert prejudice into a powerful act of exclusion, of humiliation against you. So those are the kind of very important nuances that we need in this world today, whether for Islamophobia, whether for anti-Semitism, whether for racism. And so the world needs a conversation about back to those kind of basics so that we get it right.
You're creating parallels basically between the terms anti-Semitism and anti.
They're all children of one family. Yeah. The family surname is bigotry, ignorance, and fear are the first generation, and prejudice and discrimination is the second generation. And then you've got all these children running wild.
And I know you, as a Muslim, have tried very hard to create a greater understanding and to fight Islamophobia as well. In fact, Nelson Mandela praised you on it. What did Madiba say to you?
No, Madiba found it very counterinstinctive that a global community that often isolates because its theology could be isolationist in the wrong hands. It often excludes itself because its theology in the wrong hands says stay away from anyone who doesn't believe, eat like us, pray like us, and dress like us, and so forth. So he found it very strange that we formed an organization called the Call of Islam. Its first acts in its quest for liberation in South Africa was to affiliate to the United Democratic Front, which was the internal liberation movement, and its second act was to affiliate to Desmond Tutu's interfaith movement. Because we did the counter-instinctive. We inserted ourselves with our identities and, in fact, I think enriched the whole of the struggle, the whole of the interfaith movement with a perspective of Islam and Muslims that I think by its example combated the historical Islamophobia that was there. I challenge, for example, American Muslims who do face Islamophobia. My son gets held up for 2 hours at Dallas International Airport because of his name and his religion. He's seconded every time. I get seconded when I don't have a diplomatic passport. So the fact of the matter is, I tell them that the best way to fight Islamophobia against Muslims is to join the struggle against racism by finding touch points with Black Lives Matter, for example, so that we show that all bigotries are related. So we've got to do the count, and that's what Nelson Mandela recognized, the ability of my generation to do the counter-instinctive.
Moving on to the G20 now, then, you've got South Africa as the chair. What are the main benefits for South Africa?
I think that, first, the main burden for South Africa is that South Africa completes 4 years of global South leadership, starting with Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So the global South had been building up for a reform of the global architecture, issues like debt, issues like development, just energy transitions, etc. The challenge for South Africa is that we hand over the chairperson or the presidency of the G20 to President Trump. And so that's the challenge. The burden is we've got to complete a job of the global South. The challenge is we've got to hand it over to Donald Trump. So South Africa has to decide, in a sense, whether its presidency, under these very unpredictable, difficult geopolitical circumstances, whether it salvages a few things that it runs with, or whether it tries to push through that agenda and give it to Donald Trump, whether Trump will even be there to receive it. Those are the imponderables for South Africa. And so if I were South Africa, I'd understand that I'm probably in a holding operation. The big systemic changes won't be made. Maybe out of the global financial architecture, we can get some debt relief. Maybe out of that, we can get the 19 of the 20 to invest in making up some of the aid that was lost as a result of the actions by the 20th member. I think South Africa needs to see how much of that agenda it can complete, seduce Donald Trump to come and take up the chain, find him on a day that he may be maverick enough to take on the global architecture. I think it's a very unpredictable year for South Africa.
A day when the cushions had time to recover, yeah? So I'm going to quote you here on that. You said, our friends are mighty in the G20, but they're also the downtrodden, the oppressed, and the occupied. Do you feel Donald Trump is trying to bully the G20?
I think he's trying to take over the presidency of the G20 on his terms. We don't yet know what it is. But if, for example, he thinks that the G20 is going to be the place, another site of struggle in his trade war, if he thinks that this is going to be his platform to lord it over the G20, he could have one of two reactions. He could either have acquiescence, that people sit him out, or they go along with him, or he might just be able to translate America first into America alone. Because the G19 may well say, listen, if we sit out next year, let us act on an agenda that I think gives us strength in the trade war and in the face of this kind of bullying from the United States.
Is it essential that he attend, that the US attend?
As President Ramaphosa said, we don't want to hand over the leadership to an empty chair. Because that's what it is. It could either mean that he sends someone else to receive it, or it means that it could be the end of the G20. If it's like disqualification in a relay race. If the baton is dropped, or if the runner refuses to run, you have disqualification. So that really would be the kind of options available to us.
Personally, do you think he will come or not?
I think he has enough of a sense of the grandness of the occasion. If vanity is a driving force for him, there is nothing more vainglorious than coming to say, I am now the president of the G20. So I think we should work with that instinct rather than anything else.
To wrap up the last part of our wonderful conversation, Ambassador, let's bring it back to South Africa's relationship with the USA. Where do you believe things stand now, overall?
South Africa's relationship with the USA has always been at 3 levels. We've always had troubled relations with its executive, its White House, who basically see South Africa's allies, whether it's Fidel Castro and whether it's Yasser Arafat, and then thought that they could lecture to Nelson Mandela about who his friend should be, and Nelson Mandela told them where to get off. So we've always had that one. Reagan never wanting to impose sanctions on apartheid South Africa. So we've had a troubled relationship at the White House. We've had 50-50 relations with Congress and Senate. It took until 2008 for Congress to remove Nelson Mandela from the terrorist list. 2008. But there were glorious moments in which, led even by Republicans, they overturned Reagan's veto and passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. So it's a 50-50 thing. But we've always had wonderful relations with the people of the United States. Those were the people who refused to eat our oranges, who refused to unload our ships, who refused to have anything to do with South Africa. And whether it was Danny Glover, the actor, whether it was even disputed as it is, Bill Cosby having on his fridge boycott apartheid for his shows, the musicians, etc. So, and you see, that's what frightens a Donald Trump. That South Africa is actually the one country with a constituency in the United States. That when South Africa does something, like for example, the case against Israel, it does find echo because South Africa has been a moral beacon for ordinary Americans. So, all in all, it is Congress that decides a goer. It is the executive and the administration that decides on trade. And so we can create a pressure from the bottom, but we've got to do smart negotiating in the middle. And the negotiations has to be based not on, oh, we're so poor, please help us. It has to be based on the fact that says, this is our leverage. We have 600 US companies, they're making enormous profits, and if you impose these tariff and trade restrictions on us, they suffer. That we have 80% of the world's platinum. Every car needs platinum for its catalytic converters, and if you want our platinum, then we negotiate this deal. So I think and then, believe it or not, to say we have 20 South African companies in the USA. They employ thousands of Americans, and if you do this, it will have an adverse effect on how Sasol is able to bring in its feedstock, and if you put tariffs on that, then 10,000 Americans lose their livelihoods in Louisiana. So I think we've got to become hard-nosed. That's the language of transactionality. We'll not win the language of values. Let that narrative go. The world knows who's the adult and who's not, who's the liar and who's not. But the fact is, if we don't go in there knowing what our leverages are, we'll be eaten for breakfast.
Just to throw in a personal anecdote involving Nelson Mandela because of what you just said. Back in '97 when I interviewed him, he had just met with Muammar Gaddafi, who was president of Libya at the time, and he had a big backlash in the media because of that. And when I asked him how he reacted to the fact he had such negative press in the West about meeting Muammar Gaddafi, his words, the line stuck in my head. I've got it recorded somewhere. I will not have anyone tell me who my friends are.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what you said, he said.
Absolutely.
I wonder, who represents South Africa in DC now, considering what happened to you?
I think that we have what is called the chargé. It is the one who would have been my deputy. He is the chargé d'affaires. The president has, I think wisely, withheld the naming of a successor, but has in the interim put in place a special envoy who I think is facing challenges of his own because no one who has ever tasted white supremacy in South Africa can withhold themselves from telling the truth about who they're seeing. So he's facing those challenges. And so, in a sense, the way in which presidents come in and out of Washington by themselves, it appears as if those moments in the White House are very important for Trump and kind of eliminates. So ambassadors do the footwork, but the big scene is in very kind of direct relations with that. So I think that South Africa doesn't need to tempt a kind of rejection at this moment by the USA. South Africa must certainly not allow the USA to choose our ambassador for us. And already you're coming with those kind of... We don't choose their ambassador even if we were to find him or her very odious. But the US must not choose our ambassador.
What are you doing now as such then? What is your day-to-day job?
So I basically have returned to my foundation, which is called the World for All Foundation. And I think I do a lot of my work through there. I'm considering what my next step would be. There are quite a few offers about how I can do my work. But I think, for example, the World for All Foundation has been invited to make a contribution to Syria's rebuilding through the idea of what models of statecraft are available if you don't want to be Islamist. What's the middle line between a kind of Islamist model, a dictatorial model, or a outright Western democracy? There must be. And so the World for All has built up some of those kind of expertises.
Now, having been declared persona non grata by the US Secretary of State, are you able to return to America?
No, they've also revoked my travel visa, my tourist visa, and which was expected.
Under a better circumstance, if there was the opportunity to return to that diplomatic post, is it something you'd be interested in doing?
No, I don't think so. I think I've now, it was already quite a big decision about whether I should go the second time. I did it out of a sense of national duty rather than burning ambition. I'm not a career diplomat, so I don't think so.
Do you wear that persona non grata badge with honor, or is it disgrace?
No, absolutely. It's an honor wherever I'm going. I think that it says there was one ambassador who stood up and didn't take the BS. It says that there's one who had the courage to stand by the values, and so I think that for me it's absolutely a badge of honor.
So, Ambassador, no regrets?
No regrets, absolutely.
Thank you for being so kind with your time. I know you're unemployed technically, but still. Good to give us the time.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
All the best. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, sir. Fascinating insights there from the former South African ambassador to the USA, Ibrahim Rasool. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. Do give us your comments and feedback and subscribe to the show, and I'll see you soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The fox salute, a gesture made by mimicking a wolf's head, has sparked debates in both Turkey and the West. In Turkey, it is a national symbol tied to the grey wolves, representing strength and pride. The salute is also associated with the she-wolf, a mythical figure in Turkic folklore that symbolizes bravery and freedom. But in the West, it is viewed in a darker light, seen as a far-right salute tied to extremism and racism, particularly against the Armenians, Greeks, Kurds, and Jews. The German-Israeli Society, for example, has called for a ban on the grey wolves, warning that their ideology poses a threat to public safety. In 2024, this controversy, or cultural clash, reached the soccer field during Turkey's 2-1 victory over Austria at Euro 2024, when Turkish centre-back Merih Demiral celebrated his second goal by making the wolf salute with his fingers. The gesture was immediately condemned by German officials as racist, which led to a response from Turkey, arguing that the gesture was not intended to be racist, but rather a patriotic symbol. Demiral explained that he had planned the gesture in advance as a way to express his pride in being Turkish. He said he also saw people in the audience making the same gesture. Turkish citizens have claimed that the negative reaction to the fox salute is a misunderstanding of its cultural context. Some have called the criticism unfair, comparing it to the Albanian eagle hand symbol, commonly used to express national pride.